Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Northborough Select Board meeting of Monday, April 7th, 2025. My name is Mitch Cohen, and I'm the chair of this merry group. It is 6:34 p.m., and I'll call our meeting to order. We have no one remote tonight, so I don't have to do any crazy opening announcements. So we will start with public comment. Is there anyone in the audience, either in person or remote, that wishes to speak to something, primarily something that's not on the agenda? And if there is something that you wish to speak to that's on the agenda, I'll be happy to recognize you during that agenda item. I see one person in person who will go first, then I see one hand up remotely, which will go after. Bob, if you could identify yourself, let us know what's on your mind.
Thank you. My name is Bob Light at 48 Emerson Road. I just want to remind people that we have our first big event of the Northborough Revolution 250 Committee. It's going to be an exhibit, a photographic exhibit of the witness houses of Northborough. Witness houses are we have 27 houses in Northborough that were around during the Revolution. So there is a photographic exhibit at the end of April, from April 17th to the 31st. And on April 19th in the library, from 10 to 12, we have an open reception. And at the reception, we'll have the full display of the witness houses. The photographer of the witness houses was Michael Roman, and he's also a member of the committee as well as a member of the Garden Club, and he will give a brief presentation about his project. We also have two members of the committee who own two of the witness houses, the Whitney Parsonage on Whitney Street and the Captain Wood House on Main Street. And by the way, April 19th is the 250th anniversary of when the Northborough Minutemen left for Concord and Cambridge. And they left from the Captain Wood House on Main Street, so it'll be appropriate. So I just want to welcome everyone to that, and it has been posted on the town events meeting.
Great.
If anyone needs further information. Thank
Do you know if it's obviously going to be some sort of a presentation, will cable record it or somebody be recording it for later use?
I believe Cable Access TV will be there to record it, and it's a 2-hour presentation. The rest of us on the committee will be dressed in our colonial garb.
Oh, nice.
That'll be nice. Thank you.
Excellent.
Thank
Thanks,
you.
Bob. I also see Fran Baxton with your hand up. Fran? You could unmute, identify yourself, let us know what's on your mind, please.
Sure, Fran Baxter at 76 Cedar Hill Road. I realize this is on the agenda, but it's going to be very late this evening, and I appreciate the fact that you guys are going to be there for a lengthy period of time, going over some very serious, time-sensitive matters. So I just wanted to just reiterate that the position of the Council on Aging, myself, and many of the older adults is that if this polling place is going to be changed to the senior center, if you could truly think about not doing it in 5 weeks and putting it on the plans for elections after July 1st, 2025, and not this year on May 13th, which is just 5 weeks away. And I wish you a very expedient evening, because I do know you have a lot on your agenda.
Thank you, Fran. We'll do our best as to the expedience of the meeting. Appreciate that. Is there anyone else, either in person or remotely, that has public comment at this time? If not, we'll move along. Public comment is now closed. We'll move along to meeting minutes. We have meeting minutes of March 24th, 2025. Would someone like to make a motion?
Mr. Chair, I move the board vote to approve the March 2025 meeting minutes as presented.
Second.
Okay, motion made by Laura, seconded by Julianne. Any discussion? All those in favor, we can just raise our hands. We're all here. Okay, I see that as unanimous in favor. Meeting minutes are approved. Next up, we have John Campbell from the Community Preservation Committee, a presentation on CPC town meeting warrant articles. Do you, I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, I was going to ask Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
I didn't know, I know there's some people on remote regarding the voting location, and we're about to hit a whole bunch of things on town meeting and town articles. Any thought on maybe moving that one up to have a discussion and vote on it to?
I have no objection to that. Are you expecting anybody, town staff or otherwise, to join a little bit later for the election-related items?
No.
Okay. Would you be offended if I asked you to go back to your seats and we could take care of that item?
Not at all.
Okay. Apologies. But I think
Sorry.
that makes some sense. I know there are a lot of people very interested in that. Sure. All right, so moving along, we will jump over to item number 8, discussion and vote on town meeting, which,
I think it's 11.
it's 11. We have so many town election and meeting things. 11, consideration and possible votes to change the future election polling location. In our memo in our packet is a memo from Stephanie summarizing discussions that I know you had, Stephanie, with town staff.
Yes.
And Fran, who spoke earlier.
Yep,
And the school superintendent.
yep.
Do you want to give a quick summary of?
Sure, so
recommendation?
we left off last meeting with some people from the school committee, some concerned parents on having the elections remain at Melican Middle School. After that meeting, I followed up with the Council on Aging Chair, Fran, who was just on, and she asked if we could push it off 1 year in order to educate our voters of, where the next meeting would be. We recently had the facility, the senior center, looked at by the state because they need to do a audit of election polling places. They said it meets, of course, ADA requirements. They had concerns with the parking, but they said it's sufficient, it will work. It just depends on really if it'll work in live time. I know Karen Wilbur from our town clerk's office had concerns too, because everybody's just getting used to that place, and the state during their audit inspection said, we use this place as a model. So I just need to reiterate that. So people are used to the one-stop shopping and, and parking and yada, yada. With that said, moving forward, if we do decide to go to the senior center next year, then the police chief said he will have additional staff on this year, if it resides at Melican, to make sure that there's significant police present. The superintendent spoke to the school committee. They're fine with it. And who else did I reach out to? The town clerk, of course. Yeah, so I think I covered all the bases for concerned parties. So the synopsis is, let's look at what we have for the future. We are thinking the only logical place would be the senior center. If there's any other suggestions, possibly, but right now, if we could just keep it where it is up until this May, everyone is on board.
Okay.
Yes.
I know there's obviously a lot of interest in moving it to another location.
Yeah.
Other than Melican, and this, conversation long predates you joining us at this table, predates a lot of the people at this table joining this table. I think that, parents have certainly made a very justified argument for why Melican doesn't work, and the school committee has also made that argument. I've attended a number of school committee meetings where this is discussed, including the one where they voted on sending us a letter requesting that we consider another location. That was back, almost 2 years ago. And this board agreed then that we would continue to hold elections at Melican through the November 2024 election, and then give it some serious thought as to what to do afterwards. My sense is, our police chief and our town clerk say that the senior center will work. I'd say we make it work, but I also agree that moving it in a month is pretty darn quick, and might not be the best idea. The school department is already prepared for however they can be prepared to having the May 13th election at Melican with students in the building, and I know that's not ideal. And I appreciate the police chief saying that he'll put additional officers on duty. I think I mentioned at the last meeting, the improvements over the last couple of years for elections at Melican have been really good from the police department standpoint. They've really stepped up, and it's much smoother than it was. It's still kind of chaotic. So just for myself, I'm in support of moving it, with the senior center being the only other logical option that we have before us. But I think it is, unfortunately, given where we are right now, too soon to do that for the May 13th election. But that's
Yeah.
just me.
And we'll try to get the word out for mail-in, right. So as long as we have the time, we can make it work, hopefully seamlessly.
Yeah, I mean, just on the mail-in ballots and early voting, that is an option that is now available for every election, including local elections. And I think we should all do whatever we can
Yeah,
to promote that as much as possible. That encourages voting, which is a good thing, and it reduces the stress on whatever the election location happens to be, whether it be Melican this year or the senior center for future elections, if we take that action. I think we all know the parking lot at the senior center is smaller than Melican, so for some of those big elections and busy elections, it might be a little stressful. So the more we can do to get everyone in the habit of voting some other way other than in person on election day, the better it is for all. So
Right.
open to whatever comments, and I prepared a couple of options for a vote if we want to take a vote tonight.
Right, yeah, no, I would say, I mean, that certainly sounds reasonable. I certainly understand the push to move it as soon as possible. I appreciate you, Stephanie, getting, together with all the stakeholders involved and coming to a consensus, including with the superintendent of schools. So if everybody who has a stake in this is at an agreement at a certain level, I don't see why we would sort of rush it if everyone involved has come to an agreement of I think, a fair course of action, which is hold one more at Melican. We have the police chief providing additional details and additional officers. And then we take a vote that, we'll hold elections either after that or however we word it at the senior center, and it gives us an entire year to role play it, to game it out, to break things without breaking them.
Yes.
And then implementing for 26. So I would be in support of that.
Any other comments, questions from the board?
I think, after you.
Well, first of all, I'd like to apologize to the parents for not bringing this up earlier, so we could have had enough time to do it this election. But it only makes sense to get it right, do it, this is probably going to be a small election, and sounds like every effort will be made to make sure security is at its maximum, and I go for Melican this year, and then we'll do the senior center.
Laura?
I'm in agreement with everyone else. Are we able to make the motion that this will definitely happen for next year? Is that the way it's framed here?
So my suggestion is, if the board has consensus on moving it for next year, that we take a vote on that now. We don't legally have to, because
Okay.
every election is its own little thing, and we
Yep.
execute the warrant, and that really defines formally where the location is.
Yep.
But if we are intent on moving it to the senior center next year, I think that is very helpful for everyone, so that Stephanie and her staff know that that's what everyone needs to prepare for, because there's some real work for that. The senior center needs to prepare for that. They need to plan their calendar and their schedule
Yep.
to accommodate that day for next year, and and future elections along, and that's important. Police department will need to prepare how they will accommodate that, and work for public safety there.
Yep.
Andy needs to, I don't know if he needs to have the senior center reviewed again by the state, or if that's all set, but he can.
No,
he
that's
can work.
all set,
Right.
yeah, unless we came up with a different location than that
Yeah.
place.
In theory, if by, this time next year, if a different location drops out of the sky,
Right,
you
never know.
We could take this board can take a different vote and execute the warrant for a different location.
Just
if
not a
that
school.
works. What's that?
Just not a
the
school.
No, but I think this is saying, we've made up our mind, it's not going to be at Melican. That's the biggest point of this vote, and a very close second is, this is where we believe it will be, and honestly, I can't think of another location. I could think outside the box and think, oh, maybe there will be a space vacant at Northborough Crossing that we could use, or something like that, and that can work. But we can't predict that that's going to be the place every year, and people need consistency in the
Right,
voting
yeah.
locations. So that's probably what makes sense. I don't know if anyone in the public wants to comment on this, but if anybody does, everyone can raise their hands, but thus far I see nobody remotely or in person.
Yeah, I would say, would a motion that says after May 2025, would that be?
Yeah, I think.
The most
I think I
preferred
have-
motion?
I think I have that in there.
That's the one that's
Yep,
in there?
Yep. That would be fine with me.
Okay. So, Mr. Chair, I move the board vote to hold all elections after May 2025 at the Northborough Senior Center.
Second.
Okay, motion's been made by Mike, seconded by Julianne. Any other discussion or comments? All those in favor? I see that as unanimous in favor. We have an election location change. Stephanie, you know how to let all the people know?
I will.
And everything like that. Mike, I appreciate bringing that up early. That was good for those who are very interested in that item. And now we will move along back to
Regularly scheduled.
regularly scheduled items. John, Laurie, come on up. I apologize for bringing you up and sending you back, but that, in the
great to
end,
be back.
that did make sense.
Happy to be here.
Okay. Do you have a presentation that you want on screen, and is it the presentation that's in the packet? Or are you just going to walk through verbally?
I think I just gave you the Word version.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yep.
So-
No, we hadn't, not intended to.
Yep, that's fine.
Then here, but obviously, we'll at town meeting, so.
Great.
Good, thank you. Just for formality, I'm John Campbell. I live on Spruce Hill Drive, and I serve on the Community Preservation Committee. I'm joined by Lori Connors, who is our staff liaison. She's town planner. And my partner here, thank you very much. We very much appreciate the opportunity to come before the board every year and describe.
I want to apologize. I'm going to interrupt you again. David, from Cable, I just got a message that says that the meeting is not broadcasting on cable.
Oh.
Figured I'd let you know that right away. Let's give it a few seconds, and don't worry, you don't have to leave your seats.
Is that Dana?
No, that was someone else.
All right, continue on, I'll see if I can get this worked out.
Okay. All right. Please go ahead. I apologize again for the
all right.
interruption.
Quite all right. Anyway, we appreciate being here. The committee this year is working from a good budget. We project $840,000 of FY26 new revenues in CPA, along with current reserves, and that includes state match of $870,000. And I like to point out each year where our state match has gone. Throughout the history of CPA, I should say, in Northborough, we've received over $3.4 million in state matching funds, which really makes every dollar we commit to CPA a really good investment for the town, because we're getting it matched every year. So we entertained 4 applications, really, 5 if you include the White Cliffs bond article, which we'll get to at the end. And all 4 really applied well to our guidelines, that they're applicable to CPA, that we consider them to be affordable within the budget, that they have a certain urgency to be voted on this year as opposed to being postponed, and that they have good community support from, whether it be the board that presented it or other citizens or other angles. And we felt that all did in this time. CPA was founded on 3 core areas, that being open space and recreation, historical preservation, and the creation of more affordable housing. And to that end, we've done really well in town and created a number of terrific projects, primarily in open space and recreation. We all enjoy them a lot. But we've underserved affordable housing. And that allows me to talk about the first article that we intend to bring, which is a project that would bring us 8 new affordable housing units to be placed in the Village Center Drive area where we already have affordable housing. And these would be dedicated to veterans. 4 of the units would be handicap accessible, so they would serve handicapped veterans as well. It's important to note that the waiting list for affordable housing is just enormous, over 20,000 currently. over 5,000 from one-bedroom units. 274 of those are veterans, including a good number of those in Northborough or that work in Northborough. So this really serves a group that needs our support. The project also is an excellent example of how CPA can be brought to a great partnership. It's a $2 million estimated cost project. We in CPA are bringing $880,000. The Housing Authority has $300,000 to contribute, and the rest is committed or expect to be committed from the State Executive Office of Housing. So very affordable, again, under CPA. Another point to note, Northborough is currently considered in compliance with Chapter 40B. We have 10.28, we're considered to have 10.28 of our housing units to be affordable. But we have, I think, over 150 new market units that have either been built or in planning or are currently up for approval. And if those were to come into play and we did not approve these 8, we come dangerously close to 10%, 10.02?
Yes.
If any more new market units were to come on, we would be under the 10% compliance, which would make the town susceptible to unfriendly large housing developments. So we always like to keep that goal. If we do afford these 8 units, approve these 8 units, it brings us a little above that 10%, a little more comfortable. So it's very important to bring that up. Any questions on the housing article? Bring forward? Really an excellent project.
So this is the neighborhood near the library, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so how do I answer the question when people say to me that this is, there's hardly any room there already, and parking might be an issue? How do I answer that question?
The plan, it's a well-developed proposal for the building plan, by the way. These are modular units, and when they bring them in, as I understand that industry, it's a much cleaner building process. The space is well thought out. There's existing room within zoning and so on. It does not impinge on, anything else in town. It's on land that is designated for it. The parking is already planned to be expanded by more than would be required for the 8 units. You plan for 2 more units per 8, which would be 16 more units, and the plan proposes to put up to 20 new parking units in the space at Village Drive. So some have thought that people will park near the library or make that more crowded, and I really don't think that'll be the case because there's a good thought-out plan for the parking to be expanded at the current Village Drive.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Good answer.
Any other questions from the board on that? We do have a hand up.
Yeah, just one quick question. I think this is a great project. Are there limits on how sort of limited housing can affect your 40B? So like would there be opportunities to put additional, say, veterans-only or senior-only housing in town that would help us with our 40B percentage, or is there a limit or a cap to that, just in general?
No, there's absolutely opportunities to create more affordable housing. I think actually tonight you're going to hear about an inclusionary zoning bylaw that the planning board has been working on for several months. So definitely my recommendation is for the town to support the creation of additional affordable units because as he had mentioned, it's only 2025 and we are already dangerously close to that 10%. So once we fall below the 10%, then we are susceptible to Chapter 40B. And that means a developer could come into areas of town that do not currently allow housing and submit a comprehensive permit to the ZBA. And if a community is below the 10%, it becomes very difficult for the community to say no and not lose on appeal.
Okay. So we could target more specific senior housing, veterans housing, which sometimes people are maybe sometimes likely to push back on than other forms of affordable housing, to help our stock of affordable housing for 40B. Okay,
Correct.
thank you.
You're welcome.
Thanks, Mike. Yeah, I want to bring in an audience member in a minute for just a comment, but from my perspective, I'm very happy to see this proposal come forward. I know there was a somewhat similar proposal back a few years ago. COVID knocked the price out of the ballpark, and that had to be pushed back, so I'm glad there's something back again. It is so critical for the town, not only to add affordable housing stock, but to stay above that 10%. Anyone who wants to know what happens with 40B, just Google 40B, and you will find countless stories of projects going into areas that any reasonable person would say is incompatible with its surroundings, because most zoning rules no longer apply. High-density housing going on industrial land, recreation land like golf courses, things like that. We really need to stay ahead of it, so I appreciate your work.
And just if I could, a detail I neglected to mention on the, speaking to the affordability of the project, it is going to be covered by the Affordable Housing Reserve CPA Fund, $279,000. The unreserved fund, which is balances we have, a lot of it from our state match, or interest earned on funds that have not been committed to one of the three core areas, $273,000, and then 326 of the new revenue we mentioned earlier would go toward it. So very affordable, no borrowing through CPA, no additional borrowing at all, and to that extent, I think a really good candidate for this year.
Sorry. So just to confirm, it's 1.1 million for the 8 units. That's the total cost that we're going to be,
No, the approximate total is 2 million
oh, sorry.
to be sourced from 880 from CPA, Northborough,
Got it.
300,000 from our housing authority, and 1 million, or the balance additional from State Office of Executive Housing.
And if for some reason that funding from the state doesn't come through, does this project get canceled or what happens? I just feel like there's a lot of uncertainty around grants right now, and I'm just trying to understand what that would look like.
True, very valid question. It's my understanding we have a strong commitment due to the state's commitment to more housing. I know that, do you know any more to the detail of specifics on the grant?
I defer to Ron Bonney. He's the director of the Housing Authority. He might have some additional information.
That would be great. Thank you, Ron.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for your time. As you know, the state passed a $2 billion bond authorization. Now, granted, that is only an authorization. That doesn't mean it's, has passed. The legislature still needs to vote on how it will allow it to be spent, where it will be allowed to be spent and everything, but Northborough is a town that hasn't received any state funding for affordable housing in quite a long time from the state. To use the words of the secretary, we're due. So we'd like to take advantage of that and move something along while that bond authorization is still around. There is always concern with what's going on federally, that could change things. Can't say it couldn't happen, but, the odds right now have never been more in our favor as far as moving this forward.
Question procedurally. My assumption is this project won't start until all of the funding is secure. So both state and local funding, is that accurate?
Yes, sir.
So I guess an answer to your question is, well, if we approve it at town meeting, but the state does not approve it, nothing happens, and the money is retained by the CPA and the Housing Authority and everything else, and then we sort that out in some, future year.
Yeah, the absolute worst-case scenario that you could see would be a slight delay in it. And that would be more the effect of tariffs on construction material or some specific type of, what a lot of my previous background is as a builder. So, some of the electronic components that come from one of our rivals in the tariff battle, as it were, is a lot of the electrical components that go into some of the heat sources and the environmental controls and things. Those have been slightly delayed, but usually those are delayed actually after the building's already done and you're waiting for it. So with that knowledge, the moment it looks like the state's about to approve, we will order all those components long before the building's actually up.
It's the same strategy we're taking with the fire station, is a lot of those components that we know will take a long time get ordered early. Thank you. We've got a comment or question from the audience. Amy Paretsky, if you could identify yourself, let us know what's on your mind.
Sure. Amy Paretsky, 47 Indian Meadow Drive. And maybe I missed something, but I just wanted to clarify some numbers. I am presenting the zoning bylaws later, so I was looking through some numbers for the inclusionary zoning. And my numbers right now, we have 10.28% before we go under, and everybody always says, oh my gosh, we're dangerously close. But in my calculations, we would need to do 165 new houses or new units before we go under 10%. And I think I missed what Lori and John said, like how close we are. I added up up until 2023 with the MBTA numbers, and we still, we're not close to being below. We're still at 165 to go. What number, how many did we do in 2023? And did you just say how many units need to be built before we go under?
Yeah, so I just evaluated based on projects that I know are in the queue. For example, we have 88 units in an assisted living development that was approved on King Street. So some projects, I have a common driveway project that was just purchased by a developer, which goes back about 20 years, believe it or not. Those are 8 units that are going to be built within the next couple of years. And then we have some other projects that are in the queue. So when you total all of those together, units that have already been built since 2020, projects that have already been permitted but have not yet been built, and ones that are anticipated, the total is 150 units. So you're correct, 165 units would bring us under, but we're already at 150 units. So there is a lag. Currently, what they use as one of the multipliers is the 2020, oh my goodness, can't think of the word.
Census, yeah.
Every 10 years. Census, that is what they use to calculate. So right now, we're using the 2020 census. So they won't start using the 2030 census until probably around 2033. So there'll be a big adjustment when that happens, unless, of course, they could change the way they calculate it at any point. So right now, they do the census approximately every 5 years, so they could change, and then we could see the jump sooner. But that's pretty much the figures as they were most recently calculated.
Okay. Not to put you on the spot, I calculated 35, so I'm like, how were your numbers so different than mine? But I didn't calculate in the 88 for King Street until it actually happens, because he might not build it, we're not sure. And so I had the number as we still had 165 minus 35.
Thank you, Amy.
Okay. And one other comment I wanted to make, I had a question about this housing, the veterans housing. Will it be for senior veterans or is it just for veterans? Because I was wondering if anybody reached out to the seniors. I've looked into affordable housing a lot recently because we've discussed housing on our board now for 2 years. And I've heard that the seniors aren't really thrilled that, everybody keeps saying we need senior affordable housing. So I'm not sure, are the seniors okay adding veterans into the senior housing complex? And if there's such a demand for senior housing, then I was just curious why we're going forward with the veteran housing. Not that I have anything against veterans. I think it's great to do things for veterans for sure. But is the best place for it to mix it in with the seniors?
Thank you, Amy.
Thanks.
I don't know if there's anything you want to address on that, about the whether this is just veterans, if it's seniors, veterans preferred.
Well, Village Drive is not a senior-only
Right.
housing complex, right?
It's also for disabled folks of any age. So it's my understanding that the veterans would be of any age.
Ron to the rescue.
Sorry, and actually, I'm a vet myself. Currently, veterans already receive a preference in senior housing as well as disabled housing. It's kind of the number one criteria would be if you're a local senior vet. And then we have, by statute, we have to have 13.5% of our 667, which is heritage and colonial, are required to be our young and disabled. So that would also allow younger veterans that are disabled to qualify, but not younger veterans that are not disabled.
Thank you. All right. Any other questions from the board on this project? Amy has her hand up again, I think. Amy, did you have something additional?
For Amy Paretsky, 47 Indian Meadow Drive. My question is more for Ron Bonney. I've reached out to him a couple of times because I have been working on housing for 2 years, and Rick had said reach out to Ron, and I never hear back. So I'm like, Ron, is there a way for me to either set up an appointment with you, or is there a different email that I can reach you at? Because
Is there a way we can
tried to.
stick to the articles? a
Yeah,
little
yeah,
bit
let's,
better?
we can get you Amy's email address if you don't have it already and make that
Great.
connection.
Sure.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you. Okay, any other questions on the affordable housing project?
No, thank you.
Okay,
Thank you. Okay, so the next article we are proposing is for the Conservation Fund to add $200,000 additional. Over multiple really, previous town meetings, the citizens have voted to allow CPA open space money to be placed in our Conservation Fund. There, it gives us more flexibility in spending it for opportunities that come up in land preservation and other conservation projects that meet CPA criteria. That's usually governed by the Open Space Committee making a recommendation and our Conservation Commission backing it almost every time. And so we've been very fortunate in town to preserve large swaths of open space, create our town common, create new trails, and so on. We utilized almost all the balance of the Conservation Fund last year when the town approved the purchase of the 432 Whitney property. And so the Open Space Committee proposed to try to bring the balance back up again for future purposes. Conservation Commission was in support of this. We also hope to have confirmation of $200,000 additional coming to us from the state DCR for their contribution to the Whitney Street project. So with this and that, we'd have more than $400,000 back in the Conservation Fund, giving us a decent balance to work from. The goal has always been, the goal of the Open Space Committee has always been, try to get it up near 1 million, to be in position again when a property would come up that we would choose to preserve rather than allow more development that might not be as suitable. We would fund this from part of the new revenues coming in FY '26. So once again, met all of our criteria.
thank you. Any questions or comments on that item?
Nope, thank you.
Very good. Moving on, the next article that we plan to bring is for a new Revolutionary War monument in the amount of $10,758. And this would be a new monument in town to help preserve the memory of those 124 town residents that participated in the American Revolution, including 50 that were Minutemen. This also is going to be part of our, or would be part of our plan in the Northborough Revolution 250 Committee's presentations to the town. Right now, the proposed location for this is in the area just to the west of Town Common, where we have other memorials already. This would sit down in front, and it would be a memorial that would list the specifics about the American Revolution, who fought in it. We felt very fitting and very much in concert with other things that CPA has approved for the historical category. And also very affordable.
Do you have a design yet?
There is a preliminary design, approximately a 5 foot tall by 3 foot memorial.
That is the verbiage. It would be 2 feet by 5, so it'd be a
Oh.
granite monument, and it would be where the
That flag is?
and the picture.
Okay.
Can I pass this down?
Hold it up to the camera.
Oh, yeah.
I'll hold this up in case this can be seen by the camera. And the proposed text is Revolutionary War, April 15, 1775 to September 3, 1783, Lexington Concord to the Treaty of Paris. Dedicated to the honor of Northborough citizens and the 124 Northborough veterans who served in the Revolutionary War, including the 50 Minutemen who responded to the call on April 19, 1775. Dedicated 2025, Northborough Revolution 250 Committee, funded by the Community Preservation Act.
Any other comments or questions on this item? John, in our packet, we had White Cliff's design after Conservation Fund. Did you cover that?
I have not covered it.
Okay.
Certainly am going to cover it.
Okay, you may just have a different order of things. I just want to make sure we
I,
didn't miss it. Whatever order you want to go in is fine with us.
Unless I start moving stuff.
Threw us all off tonight.
You had your one shot, that's,
My apologies if I had the order wrong. Is that, did that change? We had it as 38?
I think we ended up changing the order
Okay.
in the presentation versus this letter, so
okay. Well,
sorry for the
again,
confusion.
I just want to make sure we don't miss it.
Let me not gloss over the most important article perhaps this year. And that would be for, and yeah, it's me that glanced over the memo, not you. So this article would be for what we're calling White Cliff's design, but it is really for the architectural and related services for a project that involves the first phase of the removal of the additions to White Cliffs. These are the kitchen, the ballroom, the east side, all things that are not considered historical. And they pose the greatest threat to the integrity of the building through moisture and mildew that has already harmed some of the building. So really the way to look at this is what we need to do to stage the building for the next phase for White Cliffs, be it by another party or be it by the town to make use of the beautiful building that we committed to preserve. We expect that this would be a two-phase project, and we expect that if approved by the town at this town meeting, that the Community Preservation Committee would consider again next year and bring forward to town meeting an additional article to fund the actual demolition and the buttoning up of the building, if you will, with temporary but weatherproof sides to where the additions came off. Again, to put the building in the best position for the next phase. We know that there are opportunities that are coming. We hope that there is another party that will help us, or we hope that the town decides to bring it forward to use it municipally. But whichever that is, we've got to do something soon with some urgency to prepare the building and to get rid of the additions. So this is a $93,000 article, but once again, it is not for the demolition, but for the appropriate preparation, architectural studies and so on that we need to go out to bid to bring in the proper contractors and hopefully do it for a reasonable budget. But we expect that second phase is going to be something in the neighborhood of $700,000 for the actual removal and demolition work. So we're bringing this to this town meeting, and during the presentation at town meeting, we'll hope to lay out the details of how the additions would be brought down and the benefits of it, and again, what Phase 2 would bring.
Thank you. Any other questions, Laura?
I just have a question for Steph, I think. Is taking the additions off going to affect the RFP for White Cliffs?
No, not at all. If anything, it will enhance it because we're helping. It would be millions for them to preserve. So if anything we can do to help
Okay.
that process along, absolutely, it would be welcomed.
Thank you.
Questions?
Question, I think the first phase, right, the 93 is a reasonable amount to swallow, especially from Community Preservation Fund. the estimated 625 to 700 that would come after, would the funding from that also be coming from community preservation, or would that be an ask of some amount of free cash or debt? What's the projection on that?
It's expected that it'd be fully funded by CPA, either through reserves or new revenue.
Okay.
Even if the town were to approve everything we bring this year's slate, there'll be an over $300,000 reserve still in our so-called unreserved balance. That will probably grow from state match and from some interest.
Okay, and that's separate from the open space piece that were funding in that other article, right?
Correct,
Those are definitely-
correct,
Okay.
completely separate.
Completely separate.
You know, just as a reminder, by law, each year we must fund at least 10% to the three core areas of each, but it leaves, the vast majority of it for our discretion to apply to one project or another. This year's large project, affordable housing, which, as I mentioned, has been sort of underserved in the total picture so far. But next year, if this year's expected projected revenue is 840, should be at least that or more in next year's projected revenue. We'll get some state match, and so we should have affordability for something in that neighborhood, well within CPA with no additional borrowing.
Okay, and then kind of what's the idea of roughly the timing of it? So if this does get passed at town meeting, to use that 93 to get the, the services to figure out how to take that addition down, what would be the timing of completing that study? And then, like, would that be something, a few months, end of the year?
I can answer that. So if town meeting article was passed, then we would have to go out to bid. So it would take us a few months to secure a contractor, designer, which works well because we can't access the money until July 1st anyway. So it would take approximately 6 months to complete the study. So we should be done with that study in plenty of time for next year's cycle. So we will be advanced at a sufficient degree to be able to apply by the November 1st CPA deadline. And then, of course, we would be able to update as the design is finalized. So by that time CPA is ready to vote on their recommendations, which is typically February, that study should be complete.
Okay. And then if, say, an RFP is found to be advantageous and the board and the town wants to move forward on something like that, this would then, if we've already done some of the legwork, would just make it more
Advertising.
attractive
Oh, yeah.
to somebody.
Absolutely.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Laura?
So once these additions are removed, will there be a way, because not having this municipal space when there's always a need for meetings, would there be a way for the community to be able to use, if the RFP, if there's a delay?
Put into the RFP to allow for.
Community space?
Community space,
But I guess between now and these additions being removed, and depending on the status of the RFP, would the community be able to use the space yet?
Right now, it's not habitable.
Okay.
So there are no functioning utilities,
Okay.
with the exception of a little bit of electrical.
Okay.
So without having improvements made to the utilities, of course, there is a mold problem, which also needs to be addressed. And the demolition, the way it was written into the scope is it would be for the temporary infill.
Okay.
Of course, if there is an RFP, if there's a project partner, then I would imagine it wouldn't be temporary infill. It would be restored the way it ought to be.
Yeah.
But all of that remains to be seen because, of course, the deadline for the RFP is on the 15th, I believe.
Yes, 15th. Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no comments or questions? You've got, I think, the White Cliffs bond payment.
Yes, thank you. Jumping back to where we should be, since I skipped over. We will be bringing an article again for the White Cliffs bond payment this year. It's $166,575. This is what the town voted for at the original White Cliffs article. This is the 8th payment on the bond, so we're nearly there in paying off the original loan, if you will. And this can be afforded again as part of the new FY26 revenues.
Any comments or questions on this one?
How many total payments?
This is the 8th of 10.
And it'll probably come up anyway at town meeting, but just to clarify, if this wasn't to pass, it doesn't get the town out from anything, or, it would just mean we'd have to cover this bond payment outside of CPA, right?
That's correct.
Right, okay, thank you.
Which would be hard to fund otherwise, right? Any more questions on that? Seeing none, thank you. The last article we'll bring is for the CPA administrative account. This is, we're allowed by law to allocate up to 5% of CPA new revenue. This year, that would be $42,000, 5% of the expected new revenue. We tend, as a habit, to propose the full amount. We have it available for things such as appraisals and legal fees and the payment of our fee to the community coalition and so on. If it's not used, it goes back into the unreserved balance, and we can use it for future projects. So pretty simple housekeeping, but it has a purpose.
Comments or questions on that one?
I'm sorry. What did you say that can you remind me what the administrative fund is for?
The term that the state and the coalition like to use is it's for the business of the committee, which means it's for the committee to use to consider applications or do its work to research an application. So that's where an appraisal, for instance,
Okay.
or a legal fee or some kind of study might come into play. But it cannot receive outside requests to use that amount outside of the normal application process. So does that help to
Yeah.
characterize it?
And if if you need an appraisal, what's the process like so do you approve that? Does your board approve that if there's an appraisal need, or what does that process look like?
Yeah, so for instance, let's say we had an application for preserving a parcel of land.
Yep.
And to get to the right price, we have to appraise it. The town only pay the appraised value. So the committee would then determine, okay, we need this appraisal, and we would vote. We want to take it from the admin fund. But that would occur just within the committee, and then we would pay the appraiser, and it would come out of that balance, as would be governed by our terrific town finance manager.
Thank you. Nice plug.
Yes.
Always got to take care of the money guy.
Yes. No, I thank you for answering that.
You're welcome.
Very good. Any other comments or questions on this item? For the CPC while we're here? John, Laurie, thank you very much.
Thanks very much for your time again.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Very good. Next up, we have Amy Paretsky, Planning Board Acting Chair, presentation on zoning town meeting articles. Laurie, I assume you're staying with us, and Amy, I will bring you in as a panelist. Amy, hopefully you've gotten a request on your screen to join us as a panelist. That's what it looks like to me. Okay. Amy, your hand is up. I'll allow you to talk, and you could tell me if you're having any technical issues or anything else. Hi, Amy.
No, twice I got a message saying, would you like to join as a panelist? And I hit yes, but nothing ever happens. You can't seem to hear me.
Oh, let me try
But I
it.
did get invited twice already.
Okay, so at least I did there. I'm going to try one more time, only because I believe you have a presentation to provide, and I don't think you can provide that unless you are indeed a panelist. So
Right.
I'll try one more time.
Sure. So I clicked join as panelist,
Yes.
but nothing happens.
Uh-oh.
It's a technically challenged night.
Yeah, David, I can't imagine you have any guesses.
Maybe she should.
Try to put your hand
Yeah,
down.
put your
Amy.
electronic hand down and then I'll try it one more time, although I think we tried that first.
I think if she's made a co-host, she'll be able to share her screen.
Yeah, that's true. We could do that again. All right. Let me try the panelist one last time. Right. Oh, yeah. Good call.
She
All right.
said she
It does
was
say Amy Paretsky will be rejoining the webinar as a panelist. However, you're still listed in the attendees section.
Sorry.
Okay. Yeah, that's what I've tried, but maybe you'll have better
Or
luck.
maybe remove her and have her start fresh.
Remover would boot her out of the meeting.
That's what I mean. No, I mean, because then she can come in as a
Rejoin,
panelist.
yeah.
All right. David has the magic
Okay, there we
touch.
go.
Hi, Amy.
Hi.
There she is.
Hi.
I guess 6 times a charm.
Thank you for being patient.
I'm saying approve, I mean, I accepted, but nothing ever
Yeah.
happened.
Yep, not sure.
So
Okay,
now, can I share my screen?
please do.
I don't see a link, well, maybe it's under here.
Do you see the share button? Yeah.
She's got it.
Yep, uh-oh, it's not the right one. Let's see.
We're there.
Okay, can you see that,
We do.
or no? Can you see the screen?
Yep, we see just the presentation window and just the menus above that.
Okay. For me, I can see the presentation window and the participants. Is that coming up on my screen?
No, for the sharing part, I only see the presentation. We're good. I think we're
For some
good.
reason, I can see the participant screen too.
David is suggesting you may want to go full screen. That could potentially help.
Okay.
It's up to you. All right there.
Does that help? Do you guys see the screen?
It's a little bit bigger for us. It doesn't change it dramatically, but sure, go ahead.
Oh, okay, it's filling my whole screen now. It's all I can see, so
Okay.
I guess I can't do
We'll try
any
not to
more
make
than that.
faces at you that you can't see.
I can't see any of you, which makes it really hard. So if someone raises their hands, all I can see is my
Well,
screen. I
we
can't
will-
see anybody else.
Yeah, we'll audibly let you know if we have questions. All right, why don't we get started?
Okay. And I can't see myself either, so. All right, well, good evening, everyone. My name is Amy Paretsky, and I'm the chair of the Northborough Planning Board. Tonight, I'm here to present the Planning Board amendments for town meeting. The first 3 that we're going to present have to do with the accessory dwelling unit. I'm sure many of you have already heard, but on August 6, 2024, there was an Affordable Homes Act passed. In Section 7 and 8 of this Affordable Homes Act, changed, created new statewide definitions and uniform rules governing accessory dwelling units. This year at town meeting, we were updating our bylaws to come in conformance with the state regulations, state mandates. The purpose of new accessory dwelling units is to encourage the production of accessory dwelling units, to increase the production of local housing, to address statewide, local, and individual housing needs for households of all sizes. So if you have a parent or a child and you'd like to build a small unit on your property, they will now be allowed by right in all over the state, every single town, including Northborough. The first article, Article 56, amends the definition of dwelling unit and accessory dwelling unit. So now our definitions in our bylaw will be the same as what the state is. So we'll comply with the state definition. The second part of these articles, Article 57, has to do with minor site plan review. So if you're want to build an accessory dwelling unit inside your house or attached to your house, right now with this new bylaw, all you'll need is the building inspector. He will approve permits or go through the process with you. There's no reason to come before the planning board. And even if you want to go a step further and have an attached accessory dwelling unit, which would be to the side or behind your house, you would go for minor site plan review, which would consist of the building inspector, the planning director, assistant DPW director, fire chief, and other relevant town staff. As a planning board, we decided to streamline it for residents in town, and there's no planning board site plan approval needed to do an accessory dwelling unit. You only need to go in front of staff. There's only one ADU allowed per lot. The maximum size of an accessory dwelling unit is 900 square feet, or half the gross floor area of the single-family dwelling, whichever is smaller. It eliminates the requirement that the property owner must live in the principal dwelling, and it specifies that an ADU shall not be owned separate from the principal dwelling, which the ADU is associated. So it can't be sold off separately from the principal dwelling. Are there any questions from the board about this accessory dwelling unit bylaw?
Laura has a question.
Thanks for the presentation so
Okay.
far, Amy. If families wanted to build those units to be like an Airbnb or temporary housing, would that be an option with this bylaw?
It is. Every town had the right to prohibit Airbnbs, short-term rentals, but in Northborough, I did reach out to the police chief, and as of right now, there haven't been any problems with Airbnbs in town. I know a lot of towns in the state are very concerned, like if you live down the Cape or more of the vacation rental hometowns. But in Northborough, the staff I reached out to didn't have a problem right now with Airbnbs, so we left it open.
Thank you.
I have a question. How close can the ADU be to your neighbor's property line?
Laura can verify, but I think it has to be the same as the setbacks, which is what, 15 feet?
Yeah, so typically the side setbacks in most of our residential districts are 15 feet. The rear setback is typically 25 feet. And then we also have a regulation that says that structures have to be a minimum of 10 feet from each other. So if you had a single-family home, then your accessory dwelling would have to be no less than 10 feet from the single family.
Not very much, 15 feet.
It's our side setback. So typically, if you have, so you have your lot, so you have to be 15 feet from the side, and then the structure on the abutting lot also has to be 15 feet, so it'd be a total of 30 feet apart.
But the ADU really doesn't change that at all, and this would
Correct.
need to fit within the same bounds.
So it's the same whether it's a garage or if it's a shed over 200 square feet. It's the same dimensional requirements for all.
Laura?
So I think right now, if you're going to build like a shed or something, you'll have to go in front of the ZBA or different boards. In these cases, if you're going to do an accessory dwelling unit next to your neighbor's house, is there a public hearing process? Because if they're not going in front of those boards, then what does that look like? How are the neighbors going to know that these things are happening?
So the only time you have to go to the ZBA is if you can't meet the setback requirement regardless of what it is, whether it's a house, a garage, an accessory dwelling, or whatever, then you'd still have to go to the ZBA, and abutters within 300 feet would be notified through a public hearing notice, and then we advertise for 2 weeks in the paper,
But
and
if-
also on the website.
Thank you for clarifying that. So in this case, if the accessory dwelling unit fits within the zoning bylaws, they don't need to do any public hearing or neighbor outreach?
Correct. And that is the situation today as well.
Okay.
So right now, we have by right accessory dwellings, so those are just permitted by the building inspector
Okay.
with no further review.
Okay, thank you for clarifying.
Okay, Amy, no other questions on this one?
One more.
Oh, one
question.
more, sorry, Mike.
Yeah, sorry. So I know Laura had asked about Airbnbs, and, it specifies the ADU shall not be owned separate from the principal dwelling for which it's associated. But could somebody add an ADU as essentially another rental unit on like a multi-unit property, or?
Absolutely. So the law has really changed quite a bit. So now accessory dwelling units can be associated with principal dwellings, and the principal dwelling could be a duplex, could be a triplex, could be a multifamily. So it is a big change from what we currently allow, which is just, you can do an accessory dwelling with a single family only. So if you have a triplex, for example, and you do an ADU, so now essentially you have 4 units on a lot instead of 3.
And that's by mass general law now with this new law, we can't work around that, or?
We cannot, no.
They were pretty strict about it. Like, both of the units can be rented out. If you have a house and you build an accessory dwelling unit, you can rent out the accessory dwelling unit, or you can rent out your house and the accessory dwelling unit. They're hoping to get more rental units out of these accessory dwellings, I think. But, yeah.
Thanks. Laura has one more.
Sorry. How is this going to affect our 40B threshold?
It will.
So
It's adding to the denominator, but they are not allowed to be affordable. Inherently, they're going to be more affordable because they're smaller, but the state was concerned if they added an affordable housing component to it, it would hold back people from doing it, because to have an affordable housing unit, there's a lot of paperwork to go along with it, and some people may not choose to do it. So the state made it mandatory that these cannot be allowed as affordable dwelling units. So we've gone to a lot of webinars and panel meetings about this, and it is a concern among a lot of towns across the state that this is going to push towns below the 10% who have been working so hard to stay above.
So to your comment there, Amy, where they're worried about places, I mean, I guess my initial understanding was like, we have to make these zoning laws because of changes to Massachusetts law. But are there towns that are like, almost like with MBTA, like, no, we'll see you in court? Or like, how does that work? Like, if this doesn't pass at
Well,
town
it's
meeting-
by right, so they wouldn't have any recourse. I mean, the town couldn't stop them.
I think,
By right.
in theory, we could direct the building commissioner to not issue permits for ADUs. That would be against the law, but if we directed him and he decided to go along with that, anyone who wanted would sue us and trivially win.
Right.
So I don't think there's any real recourse because it's state law.
So the way it works now, because this law went into effect on February 2nd, so we're in this in-between period of time where our current accessory dwelling bylaw does not comply with the state. So what building inspectors are advised to do is to ignore those pieces of our existing bylaw that don't comply. So for example, our bylaw says that the property owner has to live in one of the units. So he has to ignore that. It also says that the maximum size of an ADU is 800 square feet gross, so he has to ignore that. So
All right,
he's
so
kind of in a difficult spot.
So really, whether this passes town meeting or not, it's the law. It's just, we're just updating code and need it through town meeting to match the law.
Yes, yep.
I definitely appreciate all the work that you've put into this, and my questions aren't because I recognize that it's mandated by the state. It's just more to understand the impact to the community. So I think this is my last question on this, but a lot of the parcels in town are small, and then there's a lot that are really big. How many houses would qualify to have that ADU component? Is it like 100%? Is it just houses that are on, a certain land size?
So there was, so we just got the guidance bylaw from the state, maybe 3 weeks ago, 2 weeks ago. And there was a change that we had to make to our draft bylaw as a result of that. So we had to add in a provision that says, if it's a non-conforming structure or a non-conforming lot, you can still do an accessory dwelling unit on it. So they wanted to ensure that even if you had an undersized lot, you're in a 20,000 square foot zoning district, your lot is 10,000 square feet, you can still fit an accessory dwelling unit on that lot. So they really want.
So dramatic, the change.
So
It
so
is a
it
very
sounds like if you have
dramatic.
concerns or questions, they're better directed towards Representative Donahue, Kilcoyne, Senator Kennedy,
Maybe we should, when
when we speak to them.
invite them. I have a question, Amy. If this, on the off chance that this is hugely popular and we get 1,000 homeowners who want to do it, is there any way of capping per year so that our schools aren't flooded or?
No, there's no way to cap, but we could stop the short-term rentals and the Airbnbs if they become a problem. But as of right now, there's no way to cap, but they do have to follow Title V. So, like what Bob had said, if your lot is only, if you can only fit 3 bedrooms on your lot due to septic concerns, if you want to do an accessory dwelling unit, he had said you have to put something on your deed saying you now have a 2-bedroom house and the 3rd bedroom is in your accessory dwelling. So where some lots in town will be affected is if they're on septic systems and they can only fit, I don't know how many houses that would affect, but I do know we did a duplex and that was big. On each side, it was like 3,600 square feet on each side, but the lot could only accommodate a 6-bedroom unit, so there could only be 3 bedrooms on each side. So there might be septic factors that people have to comply with.
And just one other thing, we've had the by right accessory dwelling bylaw in place for a number of years, and they aren't that popular. So we really only see maybe one a year. So, of course, this is a loosening up of that bylaw, but typically people build an accessory dwelling because they need to. A lot of folks who own single-family homes don't want to deal with another unit. They don't want to deal with renters on their property. So I don't think that the town is going to be overrun with accessory dwellings. There will be a few, certainly. But I don't expect it to be a significant problem for the town.
Thank you.
True, like our bylaw allowed 800 square feet by right, so this is only changing to 900 square feet by right.
Sorry for all the questions.
No, I think those are good questions. This is a big change, so I appreciate
Yep,
it.
no, I think they're great questions. What I think is gonna be interesting, and the state didn't have an answer for, is in our town, we have duplexes where each side is individually owned, like say those two 3,600 square foot duplexes, each side is individually owned. And a question that I had asked and others had asked, who gets that one accessory dwelling unit on the property? And their answer was whoever applies first.
Wow.
Yeah. So you could be part of a duplex and all of a sudden there'll be another unit that could pop up in your backyard. And you wouldn't know until it
We don't have
shows
to
up.
get involved in that mess.
Gosh, seriously.
All right.
Well,
Oh, sorry.
I have a question.
Julianne.
I don't know if you're going to go through these one by one, but in a lot of them, the writing is where feasible, when feasible. Is there, that that leaves a lot of leeway. Is there any way of tightening that up?
We actually had to do that. So that was a recommendation. We sent out our draft bylaw to the Attorney General's office for review, and we also sent it to Town Council for review. And they both said that we really weren't allowed to say what we were saying, because originally we had said shall in those circumstances, and they said that we can't mandate 100% of the time that, like, for example, we had the language in there that said that the accessory dwelling shall be located to the side or to the rear. And then at our public hearing, somebody had mentioned, well, what if your house is set back 100 feet from the roadway? What do you care? You can't see my single-family house. What do you care if I put the accessory dwelling in front of my house? And then that was confirmed by Town Council and the Attorney General's office that we couldn't mandate that. So we loosened up the language by saying, because we still wanted it in there as a guideline to applicants to say that the preference is that you put it to the side or to the rear. But in extreme circumstances, like your house is 100 feet from the road, then you can have it in front.
It's going to change a lot of the.
A lot of the landscape, wow.
Yeah, interesting to see how it's used. Okay, Amy?
Okay. Article 59 establishes a lot shape factor. We have a lot of irregularly shaped lots in our town, and this is a formula that Lori had used in Millbury. She had noticed that our town had a lot of irregularly shaped lots, and most towns have a formula like this. It results in lots that are more rectangular in shape. Property owners will be able to identify where their driveways are, their fences, their sheds, their swimming pools should go. And it provides for exceptions for reduced frontage lots and large parcels.
Thank you. Any questions on this one? Seeing none?
Okay, Article 60. This is a housekeeping item. It clarifies that activities conducted under a stormwater management and land disturbance permit issued by the Northborough Conservation Commission are exempt from the land clearing and grading bylaw, which currently requires a special permit from the planning board. Adopted in 2021, the stormwater management bylaw is more restrictive than the land clearing and grading bylaw, making it costly, time-consuming, redundant, and unnecessary for an applicant to have to obtain both permits from the two different permitting authorities. The new language is consistent with longstanding staff interpretation.
Thanks for clarifying the language.
Okay, any questions, comments?
No, I like.
Okay,
Nope, no, okay. Article 61 is a sign bylaw. Last year, we went through the highway district. We made updates. This year, we focused on the downtown with the downtown revitalization. This sign bylaw permits a greater variety of sign types, including awning signs, projecting blade signs, and sandwich board signs. We updated a couple of the definitions. And it also provides a mechanism for the design review committee to review wall, projecting, awning, and freestanding signs, but only in the downtown.
Laura?
Does this include I've seen like TV style message boards and windows?
Electronic?
Well, there was one once in the coffee shop. I don't know if there are any more.
Okay.
But there was one once in the coffee shop downtown, and that wasn't allowed.
Okay.
That was a TV in a window, and it was projecting out. This projecting blade sign is actually, see the picture? Can you guys see my screen?
Yeah.
There were some pictures of signs that actually project horizontally out from the wall. That's what I mean by projecting sign. It's a blade sign, really. And can you see it?
I can't I can't really see.
Is it the top picture or is it,
Yeah.
oh,
Can
yeah,
you see,
yeah.
like this ebb and flow
Oh, okay.
yoga?
Yep.
Oh, that's the projecting
That's the
style?
projecting sign. I don't know, Laura, if you were thinking like of
I was thinking like the
video
projector, like the
projection.
projector light signs. Never mind, sorry.
So you're saying
No,
that is not
We have a
allowed?
definition for projecting, and it's this type of sign.
Got it.
Wait, that's not allowed? or-
Nothing.
They are allowed now, under
They are
the
allowed.
updated sign bylaw.
Okay.
So right now, we only have a definition for projecting signs in our sign bylaw, but no standards for them. So this provides some standards
Got it.
for them.
Thank you.
It is confusing. I thought the same thing because we did have that video sign downtown for a little bit.
Amy, I've got a question on, so reading through the language about signs on the front, maybe the facing edge of the gambrel roof. There's a business downtown, a relatively new sandwich shop that's next to Richdale Convenience, and I think Richdale has a sign on the gambrel that predates. It's been around a long time, and I don't think the sandwich shop operator can put a sign in that same place. Does that change now allow that owner to put a sign there if they wanted to?
Does not.
Okay.
So right now, rooftop signs are not permitted, and that on a mansard roof is
Okay.
technically the roof. So,
Mansell, not Gambrel. I
Yes.
don't know roofs. Okay.
yeah.
That's too bad.
So that's
Yeah.
why it's not allowed.
Okay. All right. Okay. Any other questions on this, on the signs?
No, thank you.
Okay. Amy, go ahead.
Okay. Let's see. Oop. Okay, the next section is Article 2, which is an inclusion of affordable housing bylaw. Section 9 of the zoning act I can't say it, authorizes communities to adopt bylaws that require a certain portion of affordable units within an overall development to be built as affordable units. And this came about because we have been talking about housing for the last 2 years, whether it was the MBTA bylaw, the ADU bylaw, and there always is a discussion of, we're getting close to that 10%. What can we do to stay above the 10%? So a tool that we have is including an affordable housing bylaw. And it promotes housing that is affordable to low and moderate income households. What it does is every town has the choice to decide what the number is to trigger it. So in our town, Lori and I had come up with 10 units. It's what a lot of towns use. So any development over 10 units, the developer will have to add some affordable housing. And so they'll have to add 15%. We had a feasibility study done for the MBTA zoning, and that feasibility study said that a 15% affordable housing wouldn't be too much of an ask to ask the developers to have to do. So we picked 15%, so anything over 10, they have to add 15% affordable. To make it more palatable to the developers and to help negate the fiscal burden of it, we added a density bonus. Sorry, this is the first time I'm going through it, but we added a density bonus. So the density bonus is if you have 10 or more dwelling units, 15% have to be affordable, and we have to round up. So it would be 2, but the developer can add 2 additional units as a density bonus. So instead of 10 units on their parcel, they can now build 12. And 2 of them would be affordable. Along with the density bonus,
Laura has a question.
Sorry. So with the density bonus and encouraging them to build these affordable units, do they qualify for the state incentives for building affordable housing?
So, Chapter
No, that-
40B provides a huge amount of financial incentives, but that trigger is 20%. So that's still an option for them. So they could go through the comprehensive permit route. Instead of that being a permit from the planning board, that would be a permit from the ZBA. It's a two-step process where they have to go to the state for approval and the town. So 40B is still definitely an option, and it provides a lot more flexibility than is proposed by this bylaw. Essentially, you throw the zoning in the trash and you do what you want as far as housing configuration and density of housing. This is kind of hybrid.
Yep.
So it's not as generous as Chapter 40B, but it does give you some incentives to make it more affordable. And Amy's going to go into a couple of the other ways that we were trying to give flexibility to encourage developers to not just build 9 units so that they can avoid this altogether, but actually build the 10 units.
I appreciate all the thought you've put into it. Thank you.
And what is the, sorry, Julianne, what is the current number of unit cutoff and the affordable percentage now in our?
We don't have any.
We don't have any, okay.
I like,
So right now, there's no, they don't have to build any affordable.
So I'm doing the math and probably doing it incorrectly. If you allow this density bonus, you can have 12 units to affordable, correct? That's 17% affordable. Right? So
Yeah.
why are we going up so high?
So, of course, so if you were doing a 40B development, then it would have to be 20% affordable. Or if it's a rental, it would have to be 25% affordable, which is still good. So Chapter 40B, if you're doing rental, you can count all of the units in your development. So that's the reason why we're compliant with 40B, because the Avalon development, they were able to count all 347 units, 82. 382 units, even though only 25% are actually affordable. So here, it's very expensive to build affordable housing because they're capped on how much they can sell those units for in perpetuity. So they sell them first to a low or moderate income family, and then that family lives there for 10 years, and then they go to sell it, and they're capped. They can't sell it above and beyond a certain amount that's set by the state. So a lot of developers don't want to build affordable housing because they don't want to bear that cost. So this is a way of sweetening the deal, because the concern was that we would just have a lot of projects that only had 9 units in it. So they would just do just below, so that they could avoid this inclusionary housing bylaw. So we wanted to make it sweet for them to actually build affordable housing and help us with our 40B compliance. So as Amy is going to go on further, she'll talk about flexibility with the mix as well as the dimensional standards so that you can fit those 12 units into that parcel size.
What this chart shows right here is that there is a way to, so say that the person has to is building 10 houses and 2 of them are affordable. Those 2 could be a townhouse instead of single-family dwellings, because that also makes it more affordable. It doesn't have to be a single-family house. Is there anything you want to add to that, Lori? I should have Lori present it because she knows she's done this before.
No, I thought that was good. So essentially, you have a single-family neighborhood, and then you have a duplex. And so The massing is probably similar to the single families, so it won't stick out like a sore thumb. And then the ZBA could have, they have the site plan approval authority or the planning board, whatever the case may be, depending upon the district. And so they could say that you have to have a common entrance. So from the exterior, it looks like a single-family house. So it blends in beautifully with the neighborhood, but then they're able to get the affordable units in that way.
Thank you.
Does anybody have any questions
Just
on this part of the
kinda-
density bonus?
Yeah, just kind of curious, so I guess why the cutoff, so like if you're worried about people going underneath the cutoff, why not have a lower cutoff and say make it, I don't know, 10% or like a lower percentage or a lower cutoff? What was the reasoning behind the 10 and the 15, just roughly or quickly?
Because of the economic feasibility study that we did, if you have too few units, so say the cutoff is 5, then it's not economically feasible to build an affordable unit. That's the problem. So you have to be able to get sufficient profit from building the 10 units to be able to afford to build the affordable units.
Was that your question?
Well, right, so if you did, so you're saying if you used lower numbers, you wouldn't get any affordable housing in your housing stock. It would just be dribs and drabs of market rate, which will chip away at your 40B number.
Correct.
Well, some towns have, like Hopkinton and Shrewsbury have set 6. I think Shrewsbury's 5 because they are very far below their 10%, and Hopkinton set 6. So if you have new developments on small parcels, they will try to stay under the 6 or stay under the 10. But when we first started this was mainly to catch like a big development, say that King Street development of 88 units. They would have been caught in, I don't know if caught's the right word, but they would have fallen under the inclusionary zoning. So 15% of those units would have had to been affordable, and that would keep us over our 10%. Or say a farm or a golf course. It was mainly to catch the bigger projects. I don't know how many of the smaller projects we will. I've been on the board for 10 years and there really haven't been any big projects. But it didn't really, I mean, it's really up to the town what they want to pick for a number, because I did look around at all other towns and the majority that I saw were 10, but some were 6 and some were 5 and some were even 10 if it's single family, but 6 if it's multifamily. So there was any combination. But like Lori said, we went off of the information we got from the feasibility study from the MBTA zoning. And they used the number 10 and they used 15%. So that's what we went with.
Any other comments or questions? I don't see any. Amy, did you have another one? Or was, no, thank you for your attention. I guess we're all set.
That's it.
Oh, sure. Question from the audience. Identify yourself. Let us know what's on your mind.
Yeah, Rick Leaf, 30 Wiles Farm Road. I just want to verify, under this scenario, if this inclusionary zoning passes, are the affordable units going to count on the town's subsidized housing inventory?
Absolutely. That's a requirement.
Right.
That they have to be listed on the subsidized housing inventory.
Okay, so that's subsidized housing inventory is the list of the affordable units that get you to the 10%. So that's critical that all the affordable units built under this bylaw count, which is good. I think, and I agree that the number, from the developer standpoint, the number of units minimum has to be high enough because the developer offsets the cost, the sale price of the affordable units by having enough market rate units priced high enough that the total cost of the project is profitable for the developer. If the number of units is so small, and the affordable units required, the developer can't absorb his construction costs over the sale of the project. So if you have enough units, the developer can price the market rate units high enough to make up for the fact he's going to get a smaller amount of income on the affordable units kind of thing. So that sort of drives where that sweet spot is as to how many units have to be allowed. And as Lori said, it also sort of manages where the developers come in and trying to avoid the law or not. I guess the other thing is that we need to also recognize that if this goes through, I think it's a good law and I support it. What it will do is it will keep us, for any new large development, it will keep us at or a little bit above water on the 10%. But in the meantime, if we keep building 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 unit projects of market rate housing that don't qualify, that will still drive our 10% number down further. So we can't view this bylaw as an end-all, that once we get this in, we never have to worry about 10% again. We're going to have to continue to look for ways to build affordable housing separate from what this bylaw is going to provide. This will just, to a certain extent, manage large projects to not make us worse off, but it will not prevent us from falling below 10% as smaller market rate units are built over time. That's all I want to say. Thanks.
Okay. Anyone have any last questions or comments for Amy? Or for Lori? Oh, Lori, you've got another item, but.
One
yeah.
last thing I wanted to add
Sure.
is, a lot of times, everybody talks about the 40B as being a scary thing. But when I went back and forth with this bylaw, I'm like, the 40B we got in town was Avalon. And in some ways, a 40B may not be as scary because we did get the 25% affordable out of it, and it included all 382 units. So, looking at these affordable housing, all these different complexities that go with affordable housing, and there's a lot to look into. Like Rick said, there's a lot. I don't know where I was going with that, but I don't think the 40Bs are as scary as everybody's like, oh my God, we got to stay above the 10% because the 40B will be horrendous. When we actually did get the 40B, it wasn't so horrendous. I do hope that this inclusionary bylaw keeps us above the 10%, but in some ways, a 40B gives us the 25%, and then we'll be above the 10% for a long time in the future. I also wanted to say that only 20% of the towns in the state of Massachusetts are above the 10%, and we have been above that 10% since Avalon was built. So I just want to say that we've done a pretty good job as a town staying above the 10%, and that is commendable.
Can I ask one
I
more
guess that's
question
it.
about ADUs? So if you're in a town that doesn't have, say, it would have water, but maybe not any sewer, how does that work with the ADUs? Does the accessory dwelling unit have to build its own septic, or?
Do you want me to answer that? It does have to comply with Title V. So if they have like a 3-bedroom septic system and they have 3 bedrooms in their single-family house and they want to build a 1-bedroom accessory dwelling, then they will either have to expand their septic system so that it can accommodate 4 bedrooms, or they're going to have to take one of the bedrooms offline in their single-family house to accommodate the new. So it does mandate Title V compliance.
See the wording in the bylaw too. Scott added a section about the sewer. He said that sewer service must run in series with the principal dwelling, provided that the connection is external and within the building lot. If a sewer connection cannot be made in series to the principal dwelling by gravity, a pump system should be considered.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks. Rick?
My favorite topic, affordable housing. Just in response to Amy's comment about not having to worry too much about 40Bs, you know, Avalon did provide us with a buffer that get us above 10%, which was good. Avalon also brought 382 units of housing into Northborough at one fell swoop, and the town did manage over time to absorb that. But there's a lot of talk about how much more large-scale housing can the town really support based on its infrastructure and its schools. And if we fall below 10% and someone else comes in with a 400-unit apartment complex, let's say on those baseball fields across the street from Avalon, they buy that property and they propose another Avalon-style property, sure, that will put us above 10%, but at what cost? If the town's really concerned about the growth of housing and the impact on the town, I would advocate small, ongoing, affordable housing construction. This exclusionary bylaw, which is going to be proposed, is a good step, and then continual small construction of 100% affordable projects to keep us there and not allow another 300, 400, 500 unit project to show up in town, which will surely put us above 10% again, but at kind of what cost to the town. So I think it's important that we try and stay above 10% continually and not drop below and wait for some developer to come in and kick us above 10% by putting in a huge housing project. So I think the plan ought to be some consideration for this inclusionary bylaw followed on by continual small development of affordable housing projects over time. I think that's the approach the town ought to follow. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, I think we're all set. Amy, thank you very much for joining us and walking through these complicated bylaws. Much appreciated.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. Next up, we have acceptance of FY 2025 Economic Development earmarked funds for the Blake Pierce Streetscape Improvement Project. Lori.
So that's as simple as it is. So we had submitted a request for funding, we being the town of Northborough, from the state, and they approved $30,000. This money has to be expended by June 30th of this year, so time is definitely short. So what I was interested in doing is shifting some of the ARPA funds, $30,000 worth, towards other tasks than design. So we have a surplus in the design budget, so I anticipate that those funds would be used to pay for construction oversight. So that would be an additional cost. The estimate is $110,000 that the Beta Group came up with. So that would help reduce the town's burden for paying for the construction oversight. So, and it would give us more time on the clock because those funds don't have to be expended until December 31st of 26.
Correct.
Versus, June 30th of 25.
In question probably for Jason, is that reallocation still consistent with the way the board allocated those ARPA funds? I think it was, generally for this. I just want to make sure we're not creating foul with any federal regulations.
I was not asked this question before.
Okay.
And I didn't look
I apologize for throwing that at
look
you.
at the details, but
Okay.
I assume it's within the scope
Okay.
of what was allocated and what was voted.
Okay.
It's still considered engineering services.
Okay. Good. Any questions for Lori on this?
It seems like the state is not giving you a lot of time to use this money. When were you aware of this
So there was an email that was sent, I believe by Stephanie, in November, saying that we got this money. And then I emailed, I think it was Jason, about a month and a half ago, saying, where is the money? Is it arrived yet? And it turns out that there was paperwork that I had to file in order to actually secure the funds. But they don't give you a lot of time. It really, like I said, we got the alert in November, and they gave us 6 months essentially to spend the money.
But now we only have,
Right. Yeah, we don't have much, but I'm glad we have something that we can use it on.
Yes. Yeah, we will definitely expend $30,000 worth of engineering services by June 30th.
so I don't know, I'm not, if this project doesn't get approved at town meeting, then what happens to the money?
So, as you know, I have applied for a couple of grants. So one was submitted on Friday, so that was the MVP grant. The other one is a Complete Streets grant. That one's due on May 1st, so I've got to start working on that one. So hopefully we will get one or more grants. And so there will be some project that will require construction oversight if that's the case. If there is no money for any amount of construction, then I will come to you folks and say, you know, I've got extra money. Is there any way you can reappropriate this for a task?
I don't think we can reappropriate ARPA at this point. Right.
Okay.
Yeah, so it would be, something related to Blake Street.
But the design, that we appropriated money for the design doesn't go away. But the $30,000 earmark, if, let's just say worst case scenario, it doesn't pass town meeting, you don't get the grants, that $30,000 you have to return to the state?
No, we are under contract with the Beta Group for $197,000 worth of design work.
Right.
And so we have to go forward with that regardless. So if the construction isn't funded at town meeting, we will continue to do the design until the design is complete. And then it will just sit on the shelf until money becomes available at some point.
And
What happens, oh, I'm sorry.
The design could conceivably cost $280,000?
No, so engineering services, ARPA money, so $250,000 of ARPA money was allocated to engineering services. I can't remember the exact wording of the article. I assume it's engineering services. So the contract, so we went out to bid after that money was allocated, and we hired the Beta Group. So the Beta Group, of course, their bid came in at $197,000. So what we did is a contract that said, because typically there are contingencies, like cost overruns for one reason or another. For example, I sent a letter to you today because we need approval from CSX for the sidewalk that's going to go across the railroad. So that preliminary design is going to cost $5,000. So instead of it being $197,000 for design, now it's an additional $5,000. So this would just be added. So if we don't use the full $250,000 of ARPA money, then the idea was that we would shift that to construction oversight. So we still have to pay engineering costs, so then this $30,000 would also go to construction oversight, because that dollar figure is going to be $110,000.
But you
So
need
it's lowering
construction.
our construction costs.
You need a huge amount of money for construction,
Correct.
which we still don't know if it's going to be available.
You can
Through
hope
the
for the
grant
best
or
at this
the-
point.
I think there are three potential sources for funding: one grant, another grant, and town meeting.
Right.
So I think you have a level of optimism about the grants, or else you
Correct.
wouldn't be applying for them.
Right.
We don't know about town meeting. That gets sorted out in a few weeks. But you can go ahead with some aspect of the construction with any source of funding. And I'm sure from your perspective, you want all three sources of funding so you can actually complete the project.
Correct.
So in all likelihood, construction will take place and this money will be used.
And then the difference with the ARPA money left over, so if it doesn't pass town meeting, there's these other funding sources through grants, and some of that ARPA money left over that can be shifted legally, we're sure of that, we're 110% sure of that, over to construction of something. If the project overall isn't approved, it'll be a smaller version of it. That's what we're saying, right?
We will still need construction oversight.
Yeah, construction oversight is basically the designers, the architects, continuing to work during the construction phase of that. So I agree. I couldn't find the motion, but, even if it just says design, that's still consistent with follow-through of the designer services during construction. Okay. Any other questions on this item?
I just have to say, as much as I think that this project could be great, I wish that the $30,000 had been used for something that we could use immediately, like more of the trees or the wayfaring, which you had, wanted to do. But we're here and there's a time crunch, so.
Agreed. Any other questions? Is there a motion?
Mr. Chair, I move the board vote to accept the 2025 Economic Development earmarked funds for the Blake Pierce Streetscape Improvement Project and authorize the planning director to expend said funds for that purpose pursuant to MGL Chapter 44, Section 53A.
Second.
Okay, motion's been made and seconded. Any other discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Is opposed?
Yeah.
Okay, we have 3 in favor, 1 opposed, motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have to reopen the town meeting warrant for the purpose of adding an article regarding tax increment financing program for 9 Goddard Road. Steph, you want to give us a quick summary of this item?
Sure. So we have tax incentive financing for White Cliffs as well as for West Main on the current warrant articles. So this would be another one. There's a proposed expansion at the site, and in order to best facilitate an existing long-term business in town, this is an option that we might be able to look into. We were told through, currently we have town council going through all of our warrant articles. It's fine to keep TIFs on as warrant articles, but we may need, at some point, need to go back to another meeting if we were to actually put a TIF on a specific parcel or property, giving the terms of the agreement, the actual person we're having the agreement with, and the amount.
By another meeting, you mean another town?
Town meeting or special town meeting or,
right.
yeah. Which I think would be fine. I think it's decent to keep this on as a warrant article, just to
Okay.
allow the residents to see that we're progressing and we're offering economic incentives.
But this would not be binding
No,
that we would have to, and the same would be true for the other TIFs that are on
Correct.
the warrant? Okay.
correct.
I attended, this is more general for all 3 of the TIFs, I attended last week's appropriation committee meeting. I don't want to speak for them, but they expressed some concern about TIFs being proposed and asked for at town meeting without the details behind them.
Correct, yep.
And I share that concern.
Yeah.
So maybe when we get to the bulk of the warrant, maybe we have a discussion as to whether we want to present them to seek approval when it's really non-binding or not.
Right, or pass over,
Yeah.
or, right.
Might be, that's, for this particular one, I think it would be helpful if we had enough detail where we could get it approved.
Right, which I
Because
believe we do.
it would be good for us to convey that
Right,
to the interested parties.
absolutely, especially at the time of town meeting.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. But it sounds like you're waiting for council's feedback on some additional details.
Yes.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
So maybe we do this now to get it onto the warrant and then defer a decision for passing over or not.
I think that's the
To just prior to
safest.
town meeting
Yes, yep.
that night. And I know appropriation, on this one, the Appropriations Committee deferred their recommendation until they had a little bit more detail. So they'll probably make a recommendation one way or another, either before town meeting or immediately prior to town meeting.
Right,
They might not be able to do that, but I'll let them sort that out.
yeah,
Okay.
okay.
With that, does someone have a motion on this item or have any other questions for Stephanie?
So I guess, question, so the idea is let's reopen the meeting warrant to add this, but we're not 100% sure that it would be binding. So we may
Correct.
remove it later or
We-
pass over it.
Yeah, we wouldn't be able to remove it later.
Right, because
But-
this is our last meeting before town meeting.
Right.
so-
Yeah, and we have to execute it and
Right.
hang it up in town and stuff, yeah.
And do we say we're going to pass over because we don't have
Yes,
enough
yes,
detail?
so this is an article that some member of the select board will have to make, and we as a board can decide in our meeting immediately prior to town meeting, that we will pass over that, and then whoever it is will make a motion to pass over article, whatever number this is, instead of moving approval of it. And then, either that board member or Stephanie would describe the summary. Either way, we can provide that summary.
Right, right.
And it would be a vote to pass over of the people in town meeting?
Yeah,
or-
it's generally speaking, those are passed pretty quickly.
Okay.
They don't have to
And
be.
is there like sort of zero chance we have enough details to town council's liking to add to that or add to the wording?
I think they're going to get more specific, but they brought up the terms of the agreement, the actual person that we have the agreement with, whether or not it's, a company name or a person's name, and as well as the amount and the terms, basically.
And what's our article total right now? 62?
Yes, six is,
And
yes.
the numbering for everything is assuming that this gets added, correct? Yeah.
Correct. Yep, we added that to
Yeah,
our,
so I think if we don't add it, we'll have to make some edits before executing the warrant. If that was the question of maybe we just don't add it.
Well, that's a lot for a town, I mean, that's a long town meeting, it's a lot of articles for
Yeah.
something that may not be binding. So I don't,
That's where I'm thinking,
I think we had them right in a row, though.
Yeah,
So we
yeah,
could
these are
vote
at the-
to
these are
pass
in the row
over
at the end.
Articles
in
40.
multiple articles.
Yes, yep.
yeah, you could do that together.
Or just list them, Article 44, 47,
But even if we pass them over, it might be worth a very brief presentation on what these are for.
Right, and I know, it
Because
was
it's like
Attorney
midnight.
Klein, she
Yes.
said it wouldn't hurt, but it's not binding.
Right.
Yeah,
Okay,
For Wednesday.
right.
yeah. Okay.
And then another question, so the motion as written is to open and then close the town meeting warrant. So that would preclude us from either adding or removing any other articles to the warrant.
Correct.
Unless we wanted to, there could be another motion if there was an article to be added or removed later on in our discussion tonight, we could still do that.
As long as it's prior to executing the town meeting warrant, which is a
That's
couple of
another
items further
vote.
down.
Yeah,
Right, that's after
Yep.
discussion
Yeah.
and vote on articles recommendations.
Correct.
yep.
Okay.
Understanding that doing that confuses some article numbering and things like that. But we'll deal with that if we have to deal with it.
Okay. All right, so I'll move the board vote to reopen town meeting warrant to add the article regarding a tax increment financing, TIF, program for 9 Goddard Road and close the town meeting warrant.
Second.
Okay, motion's been made and seconded. Any other discussion? All those in favor, say aye. I see that as unanimous in favor. That is approved. One quick swoop, we've opened, added, and closed. That's good. Okay. Next up, discussion and vote on town meeting warrant article recommendations. So in our list of motions are a list that Stephanie provided on articles that she is requesting or suggesting that we recommend approval of. These are pretty traditional. The TIF items are in here. We can, as I said, we can certainly revisit this on our
Yes, of
meeting
course.
an hour or so before
Yep.
town meeting.
It's just so everyone knows what article they're speaking to.
Yeah, this is on the recommending approval, and then we get into assignment in the next item.
Oh, assignment number 9.
Does anyone have any objection to recommending any of the articles in this list?
Yes.
Okay, what article or articles do you have concern with?
Article 13. I've talked about this before, and I think that it's giving a message to the new firefighters that their positions will be guaranteed. And every day in the news, we see something new about government money and recession, no recession. I think it's, in 2 years, we both went to appropriations, they're talking about a Proposition 2.5 override, and at that point, if you do have to cut staff, how do you, are these positions the only positions that are safe because we've put aside money for them? I think that it confuses the issue, and we might not be in a financial position to have 8 new firefighters in 2 years when we're talking about a Proposition 2.5 override. So I'm just too concerned about that one, but I'd like to hear your.
No, I mean, I certainly echo your concerns about the economics and the town budget moving forward. I think putting money aside for lowering the hit of salaries and benefits, or the salary piece for the safer firefighters, is still worthy. I think if you have questions about it or issues with it, we could certainly pull that outright for a separate vote and not include it in those. So I think that's definitely worth it. And I would say the concerns you have about the safer, the safer stabilization fund, I would share similar concerns about some of the other, one article in particular with Blake Street and $1 million of borrowing.
Yeah.
So I certainly have concerns there.
Oh, is that on this?
That's not one of them,
That's not
but I'm
one of
saying
these.
for further discussion.
Yeah.
The stabilization funds for the Safer Grant, is that incurring any additional taxation, or is that from available
Jason,
cash?
if you could come forward.
Yeah.
In its current crafting, that warrant article is projected to come from, it's part of the free cash plan and coming
Okay,
from
so it's
free
part of the free cash plan, so it doesn't
I-
incur.
Ideally, the theory would have been that we incur the tax impact on a gradual basis so that it should be funded from the levy. When putting this budget together, we simply didn't have the levy capacity, so it got incorporated into the free cash plan. There was some talk of that in the fall when we started talking about in November after the free cash number was certified, and it was slightly higher than from the past. So right now, it's from free cash.
Okay.
The only thing different, I know the Blake Street project got brought up in this. This, we could always, like I said last meeting, reappropriate the money at another town meeting. So if we came to the point where we could not do it, I think it looks fiscally responsible that we had a plan to hire these 8 people. We're putting that money in savings. Whether or not we utilize it for the positions is one thing. But even for, our bonds, it makes it look very responsible and financially reasonable that we're implementing these positions, we're making sure that we're saving for these positions, and it helps our bond rating regardless, because it's another savings. Although it's not put into stabilization, it's its own section that we could always reappropriate. If worst-case scenario happened and we were looking for money, we could do that.
The way I look at this is by putting the money in the special stabilization fund, we are saying we hope to keep those firefighters on staff. We can make staffing decisions, the board can make staffing decisions year to year as it needs to, and town meeting obviously can too. By not putting it in there, we're saying, no, what we want to do is we want to incur that, I forget the exact dollar amount, $900,000, whatever that is, of the hit for the 8 firefighters all at once in 1 year. We will never be able to do that. So by not putting in the stabilization fund, we are saying we will not keep those firefighters.
But in some year, after the stabilization fund is over, helping us with this huge amount of money, it will be another $1 million a year. And it comes down to, it'd be nice to have 8 extra firefighters, it'd be nice to have all the extra teachers we need and police officers.
Jason,
I'm very worried about
So
you
That's
walk through a little bit of more logic on,
So the amount was estimated to be, the impact would be annually $1.2 million to employ for the salaries and benefits, and that's where we're being funded from the grant currently. So in 3 years, the thought was we would build up $400,000 one year, some number approaching another $400,000 the next year, and then the next year you'd have $400,000 impact. So we would have a planned amount of impact in order to build up to the $1.2 million that it would cost to employ the folks. So as it goes along, we would draw down the stabilization fund to fund that, the impact on the budget as we went along. We would draw down from the stabilization fund.
Yeah, no, I understand it. But if we're talking about a Proposition 2.5 override, and it doesn't pass, and we do have to cut.
that's a decision that we will have to make, this board will have to make, and the town meetings will have to make, next year or the year after, no matter what. And then this board and town meeting will then make some decisions on what goes into that Prop 2.5 side of things and what does not. Again, the way that I look at it is if we don't save up for this, we are saying we will not keep those firefighters. We're deciding that now. Because, yeah, we have the grant, but there's no way that we'll be able to, in 1 year, add $1.2 million to the budget for that. This helps us step that in. So that's why it's there. Laura?
So I share Julianne's concern in terms of the finances and what we're facing. And when this all started, I never imagined that we would be facing so many of the changes that we are right now. Would it be possible to not have it specific for the SAFER grant wages so that, because we could be facing other departmental changes, and I know that there's other departments that have hiring requirements. Would it be possible to do this as a general fund, and then once we get to the end of that term, who knows what'll happen with attrition, maybe, I just feel like we're going to be in such a different place that we can't even imagine. And I want to be fiscally conservative, and I don't, if it means that we have to have fewer firefighters because of attrition, natural attrition, so that we can keep other departments filled during this period to at least get us through, I would rather something that's not specific, but general.
See, but they got that SAFER grant because they proved to the federal government that Northborough needs 8 firefighters. So I would argue it's not a want, it's a need. Like, we needed those 8 firefighters for the amount of
Calls.
calls and the staffing that's needed. So I would say, yes, there could be hard decisions down the road. There could be hard, possible, whatever decisions down the road. And that may involve not keeping on all or some, or whatever version of the amount of those firefighters. But I would say that they proved the need. That's why they got that substantial grant from the federal government. So the need is there. And if it's, we're responsible for like those absolute services, right? Schools, and you got to keep people safe with police and fire. And if that means, you have to make cuts in things that you don't want to, that may involve police and fire, but, that's for a decision if we get there sort of down the road. To Mitch's point, this at least gives us the option to be, okay, like, we need these firefighters because the proven need, the amount of calls and the amount of work that's going into it. So now we have the option to step in, well, the sky fell, everything's falling apart economically, so we can't keep them all, but we can keep some, and we can use this money towards that, and it even lessens it even more, right? It just gives us an option down the road. And to Stephanie's point, if the sky falls and we all options on the table, it's just, going back to town meeting to repurpose the use of the funds. And if we're going back asking that, then there probably is a sky is falling type of scenario.
Yeah, I mean, we know we have that liability, if you will, coming in another 3 years. This shows the rating agencies and everybody else, we are preparing for that.
Right.
So, but again, town meeting has the authority later on, if it is so necessary, to repurpose any or all of these amounts for some other purpose. It's not permanently binding. It just means, well, town meeting needs to appropriate it for something else. But honestly, town meeting needs to get involved in that anyway, because town meeting needs to appropriate money from stabilization funds. So town meeting will be involved no matter what in terms of how it might get used.
You have a hand up.
Yeah.
And then I would just ask one more question to Jason. Jason, putting in, it was 400,000 over 2 years, or how many years would the savings?
Correct. We were planning for the impact in the third year after being awarded the grant. So it would be $400,000 in 2 years, over 2 years, another $400,000 to get to the $1.2 million, and we begin drawing down the stabilization fund to smooth in the $1.2 million impact.
And like other funds, those would be invested over that time, so hopefully you would see some, I mean, who knows what that'll look like, but you would see, some gain because of how they're invested, some level of interest you'd expect, no matter what that may or may not be.
The flexibility for investment is greater than with traditional municipal funds within a stabilization fund.
Thanks.
I see a question from Doug Stone. Doug, if you could identify yourself, let us know what's on your mind, please.
Hi. Doug Stone, 33 Birchill Road. And I like your time, Mitch. Very good.
Thank you. We're talking about election-related stuff tonight, so yes, we went with the flag tie.
But I agree with Julianne that we have to be looking at the prospects of Proposition 2.5 down the road. And, again, to just take on a temporary grant with the idea of keeping permanent people without a real clear, affordable plan, I think that her point is well taken. Thank you.
Thanks, Doug. All right, so why don't we, I think Mike suggested this, why don't we simply remove Article 13 from this initial motion, and then we'll take it up again afterwards and see whether we want to take an action on it.
Okay.
As well as with any other article that's under our purview. So are there any other articles in Stephanie's list that anyone wants to consider removing from recommendations at this point? Do we want to defer making a recommendation on the TIF items, given what we heard a few minutes ago? Or do we want to recommend approval at this stage? either, I could go either way.
I love the idea and the intent of the TIFs, and if it means we're going to be able to find good ways to help bring in more business to the town, I support, I like the ability for that. I understand the need for more information, though. So is this one that we could postpone?
Well, we can, it's on the warrant.
Yeah.
So we can simply not make any recommendation on it, and then they would not have a recommendation from the select board, and then we could decide, the evening of town meeting, it would be one of the quick agenda items is what recommendation, if any, we want to give, and that might simply be to pass over.
Okay.
Or if we get information from council that is newer, we can act upon that.
Yeah.
And would that be okay? Because I know you mentioned that appropriations was on the fence about that. Would they, what was their stance?
Jason, do you want to fill us in on appropriations behalf as far as their thinking on the TIF articles? I think they voted against two of them and deferred on the. was it?
The 9 Goddard.
Yeah, so,
Yeah.
speaking for them and at risk of misspeaking, I think that they were very favorable to the concept of TIFs, but they were just uncomfortable voting for something when the details weren't available.
Got it.
Yep, that was what
That was simply what it was all about.
I totally understand.
Yeah.
Yeah, I get it.
I think we've all been a little questioning whether we were ready to bring these forward onto the warrant
Right.
without those details.
Right.
Typically, these get pre-negotiated, and then some version of a negotiated TIF is presented at town meeting,
Okay.
so that everyone knows, what we're offering and to whom, and what the project is like. For this one, we'd be able to present by town meeting more about the project. For the White Cliffs and the 4 West Main, White Cliffs, we might know something.
Right.
Might
that's
know
what
at
I'm
least a
hoping.
little bit.
Yes.
4 West Main, we likely won't.
No.
Got it.
So I tend to think maybe we simply pull them off and not vote on the TIF items tonight.
For our recommendations, but not.
For recommendation, not pull them off the warrant. No,
I
don't
I think that makes
yeah.
sense.
Yeah.
Okay. All right,
Okay.
I just like if you find an awesome deal.
Yeah, right?
okay. So we're gonna
Thank you for all your work on this so far.
My pleasure.
46 and 47.
To that point, through the chair, I think, if there was an awesome deal that came through, I think that the Appropriations Committee might consider changing their vote at their meeting before
Okay.
town meeting, if there was something
Oh, yeah,
at hand, details at hand that could be reviewed beforehand.
yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, the perception that I got from their discussion is they're favorable in a general sense of these type of TIFs, but they want to be part of the process
Okay.
in advance of town meeting, as well as know the details before making a recommendation at town meeting. I respect that, and I think that's valuable.
Yep.
With these TIFs and the projects, should we be thinking that we're going to have a fall town meeting?
That we're going to have a what?
A fall town meeting?
Hopefully.
Oh, okay, good.
Yeah, hopefully.
It takes a little bit of the
Right?
time crunch off.
I agree.
Oh, most definitely, absolutely.
Another couple of articles, we've got sale or lease of White Cliffs and sale or lease of 4 West Main. White Cliffs, the RFP deadline is next week. We hopefully will get a really good, or maybe multiple really good options back that we
Right.
could talk about. The board will not have a chance to go through its thorough review and formally award or anything like that in advance of town meeting. But if we get something that looks good to you primarily, you can present it to us very quickly
Yeah.
in the hour before town meeting.
Ready?
And then we can say, we think this might be worthwhile, and we can
Yeah.
present that as an option.
Right.
As a
With more
concrete
details.
option.
Yeah.
Without a lot of detail, but with at least some,
Yes.
some information.
Something more substantial. right.
There. And that permission, so town meeting needs to grant this board authority to sell any town building or long-term lease any town building. So we would have no ability to do that without town meeting approval, so we would have something we could say, hey, this might be good. For West Main, we haven't issued an RFP.
No.
We don't know, we have ideas. I mean, people have thrown out ideas.
Yeah.
It's really all we have for West Main. If I was on strictly the audience side of town meeting, I would think, hey, you want to get permission to sell an important town-owned asset, and you aren't telling us anything of what you might conceivably do with it.
Right.
I'm a little uncomfortable with that. But
Regarding 4 West?
for West, I'm more, White Cliffs, if the cards go well, I think we could present something that is at least conceivable.
Stephanie might be the hero of town meeting in that case.
Yeah, no, so I
So
look at them
great.
differently. I think, my take is, at this stage, we should still recommend approval of the White Cliffs one. Also, White Cliffs, we are so desperate to get rid of.
Yes.
But I respect that the town cares very deeply about that building and is going to want to play a role in its disposition. So, I think I like the idea, given the timing that we have, that it's on the warrant. Maybe, my sense is maybe we don't make a recommendation on the White Cliffs sale yet, but I could go either way on giving us the authority. For West Main, we don't have enough information. I think it's too preliminary.
Don't we kind of have to have a positive recommendation on giving ourselves the ability to do something?
So we can't sell or long-term lease it
Right.
without town meeting authority. The question is, does town meeting want to basically trust us with what to do with those two buildings? It's a little bit different than the old fire station, which town meeting granted us authority before there was any idea. It was probably an idea, but there wasn't anything, we hadn't signed on the dotted line with Millie for the old fire station before we disposed of that. But that was a little bit different, that was an awkward parcel, but obviously the building was of no use at all and needed to get torn down.
Did you need a special town meeting for that, or?
No, we did that
was-
at the annual
Okay, yeah,
2 years ago, I think.
okay.
I don't remember which town meeting. It was at least 2 years ago. I don't know how town meeting will react to a request to granting this board the authority to dispose of a building without a plan for how we're going to use it. White Cliffs they both have eccentricities as far as expectations that the town has for their use. And they're very, 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 very different.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I don't know.
So what's the worst-case scenario if we present these to town meeting?
Yeah.
We've recommended them,
Yeah.
but they don't pass. It just means,
We have to try again in some future year when we have a concrete plan.
But is the worst-case scenario that it prohibits us from investigating a lease or sale of 4 West Main?
We can investigate all we want, but we need town meeting
Yeah,
approval
yeah.
to actually pull the trigger.
Do something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's independent of,
Which I think everyone has heard enough about us maintaining it for years,
Yeah.
that they're willing to. And trust me, in the RFP for White Cliffs, we made sure that somebody who receives this will preserve it to
right,
where
that
it should
doesn't
be.
go away.
No.
Yeah, I mean, all
No, no,
those
no.
restrictions on it are still there. so.
Absolutely.
okay. So I guess the question is, do we want to recommend approval of those of one article or the other of those articles now? Or do we want to say, we'll save judgment to see what comes back from the White Cliffs RFP and think differently about 4 West Main?
I mean, I think, I don't know, I would vote to recommend the articles because I think it's in the town's interest that this board have that ability and flexibility to if we get a really good RFP and we want to move forward with it, we have the ability to do that, as opposed to, oh, hold on, let's wait and see. You know what I mean? That seems to be, sometimes, you would think that's what,
Yeah.
sort of the negative mantra, you know what I mean? So I would recommend, that would be my vote for both 4 West and White Cliffs.
If I could vote, that'd be my.
Other,
I don't know, I mean, I think there's a lot of people in town who look very fondly on 4 West Main and would be concerned about just moving forward and selling or leasing. So that goes to your point of, do we have too little information right now to, to make a really good case for leasing or selling?
So my hearing, maybe we don't take action on it tonight?
Would that like completely?
Please don't say that about White Cliffs.
Oh, no.
Yeah, I think White Cliffs is hopefully going to be in a different situation by
Yeah.
the time we get to
and-
town
yeah.
meeting.
And it is a different situation because there's the historic preservation restriction.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, that we still need to do at a town meeting at some point in the
Right.
future, too.
Actually, that's on this.
Oh, it is?
Yep, yep.
Okay, oh, you're right. Yep, 42.
Right before it,
Okay.
right. Yep.
All right, okay. So I think I'm seeing some consensus on not placing a recommendation on the 4 West Main sale. Would still be on the warrant. And if something changes between now and then, we could recommend. We're not at this point suggesting that we pass over. This is simply a recommendation.
I agree.
And we would just have a neutral stance, if you will. Okay. I
Is
think
that okay with you? I mean, you're in
Sure.
the.
Yeah, that's fine. Yep.
Okay, so that's 45.
But are we taking a yes or no recommendation on the White Cliffs piece?
I think there's
So
consensus.
that's staying in.
Yeah, I think there's
Okay.
consensus on doing that.
Okay.
Okay. So what I'm seeing as far as taking off of this initial motion would be, and we'll revisit 13, the Special Purpose Stabilization Fund. And we'll take off a recommendation on 44, 45, 46, and 47. So it's not a recommendation against, it's simply, we're making no stance, which we're doing with 3/4 of the other articles on the warrant anyway.
So when I make the motion, do I just not include Article 13?
Correct.
Okay.
And then we'll resume discussion of Article 13 afterwards.
Okay.
Okay, are we ready?
And are you also leaving out 44 to 47?
Yeah, Laura?
Yeah.
Yep, okay.
Are you ready?
Ann, are we ready?
I'm ready.
Oh, sorry.
Yep,
Apologies, that came across not as I intended it to be.
no, it's not.
Awkward pause.
I know, Will.
Mr. Chair, I move the board vote to recommend approval of the following warrant articles at town meeting. Article 5, Town Budget. Article 6, Northborough K-8 Schools Budget. Article 7, Northborough Southborough School District Budget. Article 9, Water, Sewer, and Solid Waste Enterprise Fund. Article 14, Senior Tax Relief. Article 42, Historic Deed Restriction on White Cliffs. Article 43, Lease or Sale of Town-Owned Building, White Cliffs. Article 49, Amendment to Town Code, Chapter 2-12, Alcoholic Beverages, Sections 2-12-010 and 2-12-030. Article 50, Amendment to Town Code and Town Charter, Appointment of Finance Director and Town Accountant. Article 51, Fire Station Permanent Utility Easements on portion of town-owned property.
Second.
Okay, very good. Any other discussion? Okay, all those in favor, say.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, I see that as unanimous on those. All right, let's revisit Article 13. Does anyone want to make a motion to recommend Article 13 be approved? That's the Special Purpose Stabilization Fund.
Can I just ask one question?
Of course.
Is it possible to do this as a special purpose stabilization fund for any employee and not exclusive to Saver Grant wages?
So we've already closed the warrant
The answer is
that
no.
has that language. So right now, the answer is no.
Okay.
Again, when the time comes to withdraw the money from that, there can be a warrant article as part of that that repurposes it for some other use. So it's not a legal prohibition for using it, it's saying, this is the intent right now. And that matches with the expected expense that we have right now.
So I just, this, I I want to be clear, I certainly understand where we were when we voted. I understand the need. We've got other departments that are grant funded with people that work in them. I feel from a fiscal perspective and so much uncertainty, my preference, are we voting on this one?
Well, we don't have to vote on it. We can, again, like three-quarters of the other articles on town meeting, make no recommendation.
Okay. I don't want to vote against it, but I don't feel comfortable voting for it based on the uncertainty of what the future holds.
I mean, I don't know, I think we kind of owe it to the fire department to take a vote, and to the people of the town, so that they know where we stand. So I'll make a motion.
I have a feeling I know how this is, this is going to go.
Yeah, I mean, which is fine. I mean, if we have additional
in
discussion, we have
neutral
additional
anyway.
discussion. I move the board vote to recommend approval of the following warrant article at town meeting. Article 13, establish a special purpose stabilization fund for safer grant wages.
Is there a second, so we can have a vote on it? Going once.
Second for the purpose of a vote.
Appreciate it, thank
Okay,
you, Laura.
can I ask one question?
Absolutely.
Will I have the ability to get up if somebody asks a question? to
Yeah,
speak?
I think what we discussed last time was that, now this is interesting. Sort of depends on how the vote goes. If the vote is 2-2, as one might predict, we will have no recommendation.
Okay,
At that point, the board has no position
okay.
on it. That's actually a narrow subset of facts that we didn't discuss. We discussed, okay, if you're speaking consistent with the board, you do it from the table. If you're speaking to it as an individual in opposition to a board's position, you go to the aisle microphone. I think at this point, if it's 2-2, the board has no position. I'm fine with people speaking from the table, and we'll just say we don't have a position on it. We couldn't agree on a vote either way.
But if the question is directly to Laura.
Yeah.
And the person says, Laura, as a select board person, you had concerns, then where does she speak from?
I think we agreed it would be from the table.
From the table, okay.
Yeah. Yeah, it's answering the question as opposed to advocacy, if you will.
And again, this isn't something specific towards the firefighters. I'm in full support of what their needs are, but there's a lot of people that we employ, and there's a lot of people that are at risk. So-
Yeah, I would take the position that I agree there is a lot of uncertainty about future years. There's a lot of uncertainty all the time, a little bit more right now.
Yeah.
We know we have a liability in 3 years
Yep.
for 8 firefighters. So I think it is appropriate now to put the money aside for that purpose. We're not deciding today to not hire them back in 3 years, or really actively lay them off is what we would do. So the appropriate thing to do is save our money for what we currently anticipate will happen. If times change and we have to take some different action, this gives us the flexibility to do that. So I think it's setting up this special stabilization fund and funding it is the best match for current expectations.
And also, the allocations for both years would be projected to come from free cash and not add to tax.
Yeah, that's true, I mean, obviously, we don't know what it'll be for next year, but.
Right, projected for next year.
Best guess, it would be free cash more likely. Then we are spending $800,000 of operating money without further taxing the citizens. Free cash, they've already paid it. I mean, this is taxes already collected that was
Right.
not needed in some prior year. But that's a little bit easier on the pocketbook than saying the whole thing would come right from taxes.
I have another question.
Sure.
So if we end up having a fall town meeting, can we revisit this? As a general article for
Well,
a stabilization
This would
fund?
still be on as an article asked to the
Okay.
residents, right?
Yes, yeah,
So-
this is
You're not-
an article in our
You're not
warrant.
removing an
Correct.
article, okay.
But if it
yeah.
doesn't pass?
If it doesn't pass, then,
We could bring it back at a fall town meeting as a general stabilization fund.
well,
No.
you don't
not for-
necessarily have to wait, but, I mean, some residents might get miffed that they already said no and you're bringing it back up again, but,
Yeah, I think.
but it's happened,
The
yeah.
question would be, what happens with this free cash if it is not allocated? And would it be available still at a fall town meeting if free cash hadn't been certified yet? And I don't know.
Well, let me, I'll answer that kind of from a technical accounting perspective.
Thank you.
It doesn't maintain its identity anymore. Free cash expires on June 30th. We can't
Okay.
appropriate it from it anymore.
Okay.
So then we'd have to close our books for FY '25 that we're currently in. We'll know, it generally will stay in your fund balance, but then when it's certified again, it will include the returns from FY '25, or would be included. And in theory, they would be $400,000 higher as a result of not having used this money during FY '24. So basically, yes, it will roll over, but it doesn't maintain its identity as the same money as before, if that makes sense.
And we would have to wait until free cash is certified in the fall before we could appropriate it again. And that might end up being either before or after a fall town meeting. We don't know when this.
Hopefully, free cash will be certified by the time we have a fall
Yeah.
town meeting if we're talking
Yeah.
about spending it.
Right,
because-
yes.
And hopefully it'll be October or later.
Yeah, yeah. Okay. All right, so we have a motion and a second to recommend Article 13. We ready for a vote? All those in favor? Aye?
Aye.
See two in favor. Any opposed? Two opposed. It's a tie. We have no recommendation. So
That was easy.
there was a lot of discussion for.
Glad you guys share and.
But, no, I think it's still good discussion. All right, so we're not taking a position on Article 13.
And then town meeting can vote.
Yeah.
And they can make their decision. I feel like that's a, thank you. Thank you for the opportunity.
Did anybody else have anything further on discussion and vote on the article recommendations? Not, we'll move on to assignment of town meeting articles, town meeting warrant articles. So I think we all got this, do we all have this packet? Yeah.
Yeah, everybody
vote on-
should.
Sorry, just one point of clarification, Mr.
Sure.
Chair. Did was that next thing moving over any other discussion of any other articles? Or are we doing that now?
No, what we're doing now are who's going to make motions and in some cases make presentations on articles.
Can we, if the board is interested, discuss the Blake Street redevelopment before moving on?
We typically don't provide recommendations on most capital articles. That's usually financial planning that provides those, or we have the authority to make recommendations on anything.
What did finance vote on 29?
I think they opposed it. Is that correct?
I think so.
Yeah.
I don't have their report printed out in front of me.
Yeah, neither do I. And I believe appropriations was the same.
Yeah. So I have appropriations report with me, I can tell you that.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a continuation of a common discussion, not only in this meeting, but in other meetings, of being, fiscally responsible and seeing possible economic hardship coming down the road, who knows what that would be, but, I think the last percentage of possible recession from some of the larger prognosticators are like 60%, odds of that happening. And then the other appropriations, you said they did not vote?
Yeah, they unanimously voted to not recommend the article.
Unanimously voted, okay. So I think, as a select board, maybe we owe some discussion on, approving $1 million in debt that would add to the tax rate of the town. This isn't free cash, this is upping the tax rate. Tax rate went up last year, 6-point-something%. With this, it's projected to go up 10.2% year over year.
And that includes the fire station debt that's already been
No,
approved.
in total, not
Yes,
just from
yes.
this. Right.
Yeah.
No, that's in total. But that's a lot. So I just have concerns, frankly, even sending this to town meeting, because I have concerns that town meeting could pass it and add this amount of money on onto taxation.
Yeah, I mean, I think town meeting should have that authority. I'd be uncomfortable taking away that authority for them to even vote on it. I mean, at this point, we've closed the warrant, so we're not removing it. But the question is, do we provide a recommendation on it?
Right, okay. Well, I mean, we technically could remove it, but that would mess other stuff up. So I'm just kind of wondering, I would be in favor of taking a vote of recommendation, yes or no, even though that's maybe not what's always done. I think a fairly significant piece of debt, maybe we should opine on it. Maybe we should have some opinion on it and make that vote. I'm just one person, so I'm interested in one hearing if you think we even should, and then if you think so, what your thoughts and opinions are on the project.
Well, for me, aside from the debt, I think Blake Street is so dependent on the use of 4 West Main, and not knowing yet where we're going with that, and hopefully we will know soon, and also since one of the major property owners is not participating at this time, maybe, postponing it would give MPIC and Lori time to, have more details to make this project look more successful.
That is one of my concerns of it also, is sort of you're right, Blake Street is sort of, right, 4 West Main is.
It's 4 West Main.
It's 4 West Main.
Yeah.
If we've got an RFP where somebody wants to take that building and put millions of dollars in it to get it up to code and usable, but they want some streetscape improvements that the town's gonna be on the hook for $1 million. Okay, well, now we've got something to maybe work with, but just to go and do it, and then, well, if we build it, they will come. I don't know if I'm willing to take those, if we're talking about fiscal responsibility around saving money for $1 million of firefighters per year, I get that's operating expense and not capital. But, I have concerns about adding that $1 million of capital expense for something that we don't have large-scale buy-in from the property owners. We're going out to RFP with 4 West Main anyway. Why not wait and see what we get there and what could be part of a negotiation to try and maybe have more of that public-private partnership to spread some of those costs out? I understand the hesitation to, we can't remove it from the warrant, but.
Yeah, I mean, given that town staff has been working on this, based on a design that we funded with ARPA,
Right.
I would have a real problem with removing it.
But
But,
when we
yeah.
agreed to the design fund,
Mm-hmm.
we were not aware of the fact that all property owners were, I guess it was a false hope that we were hoping that all the property owners would be on board. And, that's a significant piece.
Yeah.
Right. And we did go out, right, where we want to move forward with a CPA funds, smaller amount to look at White Cliffs and say, okay, here's a plan to demo
Yep.
this part of the building, especially attractive to somebody who wants to do an RFP on it.
Yeah.
So we'll spend the money and we'll have that plan. So to me, it's sort of the same thing. I don't want to take anything away from the work Lori did and everybody involved. They've done a tremendous amount of work. The reimagining of downtown, their vision, their energy, none of it, I think, is in vain. And I don't like sort of having to I just feel like I have to bring this up, and I don't like to do that. It's a serious effort, and I respect all the work that's gone into it. I just don't know if now is the right time to spend that amount of money using a debt article, if right now is the best time to do it, especially with 4 West Main's right there. We want to RFP it. We could possibly get some sort of tie-in or buy-in with that RFP, with that building, with streetscape improvements. Like I said, if we get a really, offer for RFP on that building, and we could tie this into it, then that's something bundled together that you're doing it all at once, as opposed to just well, we're gonna go ahead and fix the drainage and put in trees and street parking, but the rest of the buildings are still there.
So I have some concerns about the debt part of this, but the project as a whole, I look at very similar to what we're talking about this year and next year for White Cliffs for the CPA funds, which this makes for West Main more marketable. And honestly, it makes the other buildings in there more marketable. They're not ours, but if they're more marketable for someone to revitalize or repurpose or do anything else with, that's better for us too.
Sure.
So I don't look at it as, let's not do anything until we have somebody in place to buy for West Main, because this makes it more likely that somebody will seriously look at for West Main.
But, you know, what's the evidence of that? Like, is somebody?
Oh, there's tremendous history for communities investing in their downtown and development following. I mean, that's how it's done.
But this
yeah.
is a small street, and I'm with you. It's, you know, it's a small street that's always been identified with for West Main. And I agree with you on everything. When, you know, none of us want to say no to this because of the amount of work. It's a great project, but is now the right time with all the unknowns? The unknown about 4 West Main, the unknown about the other properties. If we had another 6 months or another year to work on getting more information and knowing a better, you know, a focus, a direction, then it might be worth the $1 million.
Right, and we're talking about possible TIFs, right, for even for West Main. So you're already talking about additional taxpayer funding to sort of sweeten the deal there. So that's in it as well. So it's on top of what you'd be spending on Blake Street, and then possibly another TIF to try and make that building more marketable. I don't know, I'd rather negotiate it all at once than piecemeal.
Jason, if you have the numbers, could you remind us how much of this is being proposed from free cash and how much debt?
I don't remember it to the dollar off the top of my head, but it's 186,000 from free cash. That's what was left from the free cash plan.
Gotcha.
And then 913 in
Debt.
borrowing
So I rounded up.
Yeah. Okay, I think that's close enough for argument's sake to have the nearest $1,000 a year worth. Right, thank you.
The amounts.
No, I don't need anything further. I'd love to hear from Laura in a second, but would either of you be, the debt concerns me, and the fact that this is bulk of this item as debt concerns me. I wish we had enough free cash to do this. So I see where you're coming from, of concerns presenting to this. I'm trying to, part of what could happen at town meeting conceivably is, there are 1 or 2 other free cash funded articles that I think financial planning recommended against. If they or anything else fails, we'll have more free cash available. One possibility is we could amend this article on town floor and say, all right, if we have, say, $400,000 total free cash available, change the dollar amount to $400,000, no debt, free cash only. It wouldn't be the entirety of the project. Lori's hoping for $1 million in grants anyway.
And that's an unknown. That was one of the reasons.
It's an unknown, but it's,
Right.
you know.
And then,
yeah.
but also, right, we asked departments, hey, what can you get rid of? And the police were like, well, we need 3 cars, but I guess we'll take 2 and we'll push 1 off. I mean, so that free cash is gonna go to Blake and not get a 3rd police vehicle that they actually needed for this year, but they're gonna punt it off.
Right. Well, we can't do that for this year anyway, because the 2 is what's in the warrant.
No, but that's what I'm
Right,
saying,
yeah.
like, if that's
Yeah.
sort of the reasoning behind
Yeah,
it, like.
I just, thinking about creative ways that we could do some aspect of this without debt, or is the interest in just not doing this?
It's not that we're not interested in doing it, I shouldn't speak for you. It's that I feel like there's too many unknowns at this point. Financing aside, there's too many unknowns to move ahead right now. That unknown about whether we're going to get the grant. If we don't get the grant, then what do we do?
But that's
part
true,
of the
that's true
problem.
of a lot of projects.
Well, I don't feel comfortable with it.
Yeah, I wish Lori was here so we could, I don't know, and maybe you could speak to this, Rick, how much, is the grant disconnected from further funding or not? Like, if we don't fund anything on this article, does that risk either of the grants? Is a curiosity that I have.
So the grants aren't dependent on this funding.
Are not?
They're independent
Okay,
of it.
thank you.
Lori has enough money of other sources to qualify to get the grants.
Great.
So there's nothing about these grants dependent on whether this passes town meeting or not. I understand the concerns of the financial position of the town. I guess I'm going to speak now as the chair of the Master Plan Implementation Committee. I guess my position personally, I think the position of the committee is there's never going to be a particularly good year financially to propose doing this kind of project. There's always going to be competing capital requests for other reasons to compete for the free cash that's available. It's pretty much conceivable that in any particular year, this or any kind of major downtown revitalization went through, there'd be some asking for debt to get it through. The fact of the matter is that residents of the town have been asking through multiple master plans to someday do something to revitalize the downtown of Northborough. I think it is true that showing progress to the outside world that the town is doing something is positive and will attract development over time. I think that the implementation of this project is a signal both to the residents of the town and to people outside the town that Northborough was serious about moving on its downtown situation. I just see this particular discussion coming up year after year, that all the free cash is being used for police and for fire and for schools and for DPW. And this will always be a debt question. Next year financially is probably not going to be anywhere near as good as this year. Based on what we're seeing with the tariffs and costs going up, the cost to do the project a year from now or 2 years from now is going to be significantly more. So I think the issue is if the town is really serious about doing something, this is probably the best year to do something. And I would hope, based on what the desire of the residents of the town has shown over time, the select board would either let the town vote or recommend that this is a good year to go forward. But I think that the issues that are being raised tonight, not that they're not valid issues, are not going to go away by waiting. And I just think at some point the town has to decide, and the select board kind of leading the vision of the town, are we going to revitalize the downtown and spend some money on it, or are we not? And whatever that view is, you know, the town will live with kind of thing. The committee is trying actively to generate town support for this project, and we'll continue to do that between now and town meeting. I would hope that what we don't see is that finance and appropriations and select board recommend against the project, and we get up there and say, well, we don't care what those boards said. You guys want this, vote for it. I mean, that's not a position I think the MPIC wants to be in, kind of thing. It'd be helpful if the select board was favorable towards the project, or at least not demonstrably unfavorable towards the project. But, like I said, next year is not going to be better than this year, and the year after that probably not better, and the cost of the project is going to continue to go up over time. So I would hope that the town gets together and goes forward on this. And as you said, a lot of work's gone into this. A lot of master plans have been drafted over the years. This always comes up as something the town would like to see happen. So from my perspective, I think we should go forward with it. Thanks.
Thanks, Rick. I mean, Rick makes a good point, as we learned with delaying the fire station a few years. Projects don't get cheaper, they get more expensive. So this 1.1 million, you know, next year was probably 1.3 and then 1.5. And
Yeah, I mean, it's just.
yeah, and I pretty, you know, the hope, I guess, your expectation is that someone will want to buy 4 West Main and want to put a good chunk of money into Blake Street. That's, you know, maybe we'd get lucky and that would happen, but.
Or some buy-in, or some tie-in, like, well, this is what I want to do with the building.
Yeah.
Let's adjust our plan to match what somebody who wants to buy the building for and do a lot with, to match that. I'm just saying doing it piecemeal, I'd rather sort of do it all at once. And again, I just go back to, I understand the want for a revitalized downtown, but if you're looking at needs versus wants, it's a want. And I think, like the average residential property tax bill, if I'm not wrong, is going up, I think estimated at $966, 10.2%. Like eventually, even if we revitalize downtown, who's going to be able to afford to go and spend the money there? I mean,
Downtown, just doing this is not gonna.
No, but I mean, but it always adds up. It's this year, and then things additional years. That's just, I think we should take a recommendation vote on it.
Is that a motion?
Yes, I make a motion, Mr. Chair, that we vote to whether or not, or however I have to word it.
I would request that the motion be in the affirmative. That's what
So
appropriations.
vote to it like we did with the other ones.
Yeah, exactly. A vote to recommend approval of article, whatever the number is, and then we vote either way.
Okay.
Can I ask a question?
Of course.
Before we make the motion?
Sure.
So this is not an article that we're supposed to be weighing in on?
I mean, it is not typically, there are a number of capital articles on the warrant,
Yeah.
and we generally do not weigh in on most capital articles. We do in special cases. We did recommend approval of the fire station project. That was obviously a big project that, involved a lot more than something like this. But there are, I don't know, 15 or so capital articles on there for trucks and police cars and everything else, and we typically do not weigh in on those. We can, anytime we want to.
So I feel torn because there's a lot of work that's gone into it. I don't want to I understand the cost piece. If there's a different way that we can flexibly finance this so it's not in debt, I would definitely prefer that. And I don't know if that could be part of our motion now, but I feel really badly when we've got volunteer boards that have devoted so much time to this work. They haven't had a chance to weigh in on this. I don't want to throw them under the bus. But I totally understand where you're coming from a cost savings perspective. So I feel very torn about what the right thing is to do. And Rick's comment about having 3 boards voting against it when you're setting them up with no advance notice that this was coming up, it just feels like it's a slap in the face to the boards. So I'm just trying to reconcile like both sides of this, and it's hard, so.
I'm leaning towards what you're saying, I think, which is, let's just not make a recommendation.
I feel, we definitely need, I think from a town perspective, I think we need more collaboration between our boards, making sure that, and we're taking some really great steps towards that.
Yeah.
Having these summits, getting together with appropriations and finance and all of these subcommittees so that we're all on the same page. I just feel like just taking this one thing, it just feels like it's the wrong thing to do right now. I think that they should be given the opportunity. I want to, so I'll just stop talking.
So are you share, it sounded like you may share Laura's opinion of maybe not recommendation?
Yes, I'm definitely
Okay,
agreeing with Laura.
okay. Do you still want to make a motion?
I mean, if no one's going to second it, then there's no point in making a motion. I would just say that I think it's worthy of us to take a vote on, just because it is almost $1 million of debt. It is the largest capital article. And I think, again, being on this board and then viewing meetings prior to me being on the board, there's a lot of discussion around fiscal responsibility and being conservative with some things, or taking hard answers and hard looks at things. I just think maybe we should take a hard look at it. I just feel strongly that as a board, it's almost $1 million article. We should have a recommendation on it. I mean, appropriations unanimously said no. So, if whatever our vote is, or if there is no vote, it is what it is. People can view this to define our
I
opinion
look
on
at it as sort of in the middle of 2 competing interests. One is the finances, which are definitely under our responsibility. The other is downtown revitalization, which is the master plan, which is also under our responsibility. And master plan clearly wants to go forward with this. Finances, I agree that there's a concern, so I think no recommendation is probably the right position.
I don't know, I just think people look to the select board for leadership, and I think this is an instance where we should take a vote and provide that direction and leadership. If you guys disagree, that's perfectly fine. I'm not going to make a motion without a second, so.
Yeah, I mean, my position would be, I don't really like it with the debt. I would rather go forward with whatever we can find in free cash without the debt, understanding it's not the complete project, but we'd be able to go forward more. But that's, I'm not suggesting that we take that kind of a motion tonight. That's, if it's only $186,000, that's maybe not a lot of the project. If there ends up, for one reason or another, ends up being more free cash available by the time we get to this article, maybe the town would be more likely to buy into that. So I don't know. I think taking no position on this is also a statement that maybe we don't love it, but we also don't hate it.
Right, or it could be a 3-1 and, 3 out of the board voted to recommend it. I just think, again, we're sort of people look to us for leadership, but I mean, if it seems like Julianne, Laura, Mitch, you're not going to second a motion to take a vote on it, am I correct?
Correct.
Right? Just to end the conversation, and I'll drop it.
Okay. For some articles that we typically do take recommendation on, I would really want to get a vote on the table. This is not one we would typically vote on, so I'm fine representing the board as having no recommendation either way on this.
Okay.
Master plan will recommend, I assume, in favor. I don't know if that goes in as a formal recommendation, but whatever that is, that'll come up. Financial planning and appropriations will recommend against, and then town meeting will vote.
If it makes you feel any better, I can guarantee you, somebody will probably get up and bring up this whole concern.
Yeah. No, it's a good discussion.
All right, well, I appreciate the discussion, and you guys.
I do too. I really appreciate it.
Okay.
It's very difficult to speak out against a project that has been worked on for a really long time and has some really good reasons, but, our job is sometimes difficult, so.
Okay, I think that ends the discussion again on town meeting article recommendations. Now, again, on to assignment of warrant articles. What we've done in years past is, in the motion column, a number of these say select board, and we have to figure out who does those. If there is somebody that is particularly attracted to making a recommendation on something, now would be the time to call that out. Other than that, what I've done the last couple of years is try to assign in blocks so that it's efficient and someone could just stand by the podium and make 4 motions in a row. And I'm only looking for the motions there. We've got a couple of them that are presented by the select board. Were those the TIFs? There are a couple of town code items, 49, 50, and 51, that presenter is blank. I can do those. I mean, I'm the one that brought the alcoholic beverages item forward, and the finance director, town accountant item forward. I don't mind the motions and presenting on those.
So which one's Mitch?
It's 49 and 50.
50, yep.
Yep. 51 is related to the fire station project. I would need to learn a few things about that, but I would be fine presenting that also.
Okay.
So I can make the motion and do the presentation. I, may lean on Scott Charpentier for some technical information there.
Right.
But I like presenting at town meeting, it's fun.
So we're doing 5 articles each?
If that's, I didn't even count them up.
Oh, sorry, I didn't know that. I was going on what you said before.
Okay. So I just thinking that those 3 are there, and then, well, there are a whole bunch that are passing over. The sidewalk easements 52, 53, 54, and 55.
Well, what,
I mean,
say
that's-
that again?
So 52 through 55, the intent is to pass over those articles. Those are sidewalk easements.
Yes.
And there were two of those, two of those property owners were not interested in pursuing that.
Right, so
So
it
your
just
recommendation, Stephanie, is we shouldn't go forward with any of them?
That was the recommendation of both Lori and
Yep,
Scott.
yep, okay.
Because
Yep.
it wouldn't make sense, there would be literally
Yeah.
a gap in
Yeah.
between.
Yeah, that's unfortunate, because this is that little bit of Hudson Street that really needs a sidewalk.
Oh, yeah.
But,
Well, are they going to continue to work on this, find some solution? Because,
Yeah. They're gonna try, but, I mean, it's up to the property owner, unless we went through a taking.
yeah, I mean,
That's-
yes, in theory, we could do eminent domain.
Right.
Not suggesting that. That's,
Right.
messy and expensive.
no, but this is another whole project that, if we do Pierce Street, which is part of the whole Blake Street thing, and then what do you do on Hudson Street?
I mean, we could revisit it and, keep trying to
Yeah.
educate the landowners.
To make motions, I mean, I would certainly do number 13, the stabilization fund for the wages. And then I like cars and trucks, so I'll do those if, the police cars, the ambulance, DPW, I mean, whatever. I'll do all those.
Do you know what article number?
It's like, I mean,
Oh, okay, so 22.
so say, yeah, like 13 is the stabilization fund for safer grant wages, say 13 through.
I'd like to do 14, the senior tax relief. I've done that every year.
Oh, right, yeah.
Yep, that's fine. Does anyone have any interest, pro or con, on any of the capital articles other than the Blake Street, which, I'll take the hit on that if we want.
Okay, so Mitch is doing.
I'll do whatever, I'm flexible.
Yeah, you can just assign me, I
Okay.
don't care.
Yeah. Hey,
I'm usually more alert earlier in town meeting, so
You're like, so, bring it up.
Okay.
earlier would be better, like if,
five?
if you think we're going to Wednesday, just
Yeah,
like figure out.
Okay, yeah, if no one has, Mike, I appreciate you taking the special stabilization fund. I may give you some of those immediately prior.
Yeah, that's fine
Yeah,
too.
okay.
Do a chunk of
No
them.
one has any other interests, I'll
No.
just assign and I'll send them out in the very near future. And again,
That's
what I
fine.
try to do is do them in blocks as
Thank
much
you.
as possible.
That sounds good.
Just for efficiency's sake. Speaking of efficiency's sake, we had talked about, separate from this, ways of combining some of the motions and things like that. I worry that may have gotten a little out of control. 'Cause I haven't heard
The
anything.
consent agendas?
Yeah, I think, did you hear back on how,
He's-
exactly what articles those would be?
No, I think he was more so waiting for this meeting.
Okay.
To make sure that he had all the articles, and then he was
Okay.
going from there. I did
Okay.
hear it would most likely be capital
Yeah.
articles without anything that was contentious or,
Yeah, I mean, that's, the intent, at least my intent, was to try to group things that weren't contentious.
yes.
A consent agenda, in a formal sense, is, does anyone have any objection to these?
Right,
And those are usually done for some of those first articles on the warrant that you do every year that don't have any financial impact. Capital articles are a bit weird to be under a consent agenda that I understand them to be.
yeah.
So
I think he was going to read the articles and say, do I have a motion to, and have them, and if he would give the descriptive that if anyone would like to hold on Article 14, then it would be held. you would have the discussion on that article, and then whether or not he went to the descending articles in that collective group.
So there wouldn't be any presentation.
Oh, he's going to present how to,
I'm sorry, there wouldn't be any presentation on the articles themselves in that?
not if there was no objection to
Okay.
voting as a
All right.
group.
Okay, that's, I can only speak for myself, that's different than how I conceived this initially, which was grouping them together, having one presentation on, say, 4 capital articles that are related, and then a single vote on those 4 items, and that doesn't seem to be the way that it's going.
Like it would be Scott presenting on 4 DPW trucks.
Yes, to try to improve.
Just
the-
speed things
improve the
along.
flow.
I can,
And I know this is creating some confusion already by consent agenda items for capital articles and things like that. How town meeting flows is up to the moderator.
right.
But
I can relay that advice to,
Yeah.
I disagree with combining,
Yeah, no, we can't combine them now.
okay.
Yeah. I mean, in theory, we could. In theory, we could have a motion, move to take articles, 10 through 14 together. I don't think that's, at this point, that's not going to serve us well.
Okay.
and then make one vote, okay.
Yeah. I mean, it's Fred's meeting,
Yeah,
so it is up to him how to
Yeah.
proceed. But it sounds like our original intent of smoothing things out and speeding up town meeting may have been lost in translation along the way.
yeah, we'll see. what
Yeah,
happens.
okay. All right, thanks for that, allowing that diversion. So we've essentially assigned the articles, we'll deal with that. Approve and execute the April 28th, 2025 annual town meeting warrant. So we've done everything that we can and need to do with the town meeting warrant, other than we do need to execute it tonight so that town clerk can get it posted in all the appropriate locations. And we can actually all get together for 1 or 2 or whatever number of nights it ends up being.
I hope it's not 3.
No, agree. I agree. Okay. Is there any other discussion, any items, is there a motion? I think this is yours, Julianne.
To execute the,
Annual town meeting warrant.
that, yes. Yes, Mr. Chair. I move the board vote to approve and execute the April 28th, 2025 annual town meeting warrant.
Second.
Any other discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
I see that as unanimous in favor. We have a warrant.
Before we leave this topic,
Yeah.
I always bring this up. How are we advertising for town meeting?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Are we, there were 2 of those big, flashing signs for
Yeah.
the DPW.
Yeah.
We appropriated a small amount of ARPA money
Oh, yeah. Towards signs.
for Andy to buy some signs. He
Okay.
has a few already, but
Like sandwich board signs?
Yeah.
I think,
No.
no, I think they were
Like
like
election
real,
signs.
like election, election
This
signs.
way, whatever means we have,
Yeah.
it will be.
Yeah, but check with Andy to see if he has ordered those signs.
Okay,
It's 3 weeks away, right?
Right, I mean,
Yeah.
you could still order them and get them if he hasn't, but he knows he's had this money since we appropriated it last fall.
okay.
Also, are we going to be using clickers this year?
I think so.
Yeah, I believe so.
Okay.
Yeah. Unless it was obvious. So, I mean, like deputy moderator. Yeah, so,
I just wanted to
But-
make sure. I know that we bought them. I'm just curious.
yeah.
Yeah,
I know he has every intention on using
I
them.
think they've worked pretty well.
Oh, it was,
I like them.
yeah, it's fun.
It's fun.
Okay, we've done the town meeting warrant. Earlier, we did number 11, consideration and possible vote to change the future election polling locations. If anyone is watching at this stage for that, what we decided to do early in the meeting, thanks to Mike's request to move that up, is we voted that town elections after May 2025 will be held at the senior center. So we have nothing further to go on there. Article 12, approve and execute the May 13th, 2025 election town meeting warrant. So this sets the date and time and location, and the positions, but not the people, that are on the annual town meeting warrant. Andy fills in the people. We really have nothing to do here other than execute, because we've already decided that the location for this year will remain at Melican, which it is on the draft warrant.
Can I make a
Nothing?
motion?
Please.
Mr. Chair, I move the board vote to approve and execute the May 13th, 2025 annual town election warrants.
Second.
Okay, motion's been made and seconded a couple of times. Any other discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye,
Aye.
it's unanimous in favor. We have an election. Next up, hold on. Not used to these two-page agendas. Vote on reappointments to boards, committees, and commissions. So we've got list. You. Where's that? So there are people seeking reappointments on a
Your
number of
list
the.
is right under that BOS folder.
Okay, yeah, I've got it on my screen.
Okay.
So we didn't have any heating applications for this year, so there was nothing for the interview committee
No.
to decide upon. I know there were a number of people that asked not to be reappointed. It looks like we lost 2 or 3 from Council on Aging. It's unfortunate.
How do we know who the people are that are not seeking reappointment? Is
They're
that
on the
included?
first page of the memo.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So it's come to my attention that there was someone who wanted to apply some time ago, and somehow this person's application got lost in the shuffle. So, and also, Diane, can you help me out here? Was I dreaming that we used to get, some kind of email from the chairperson saying, oh, yes, I'd very much like to have so-and-so
Yes,
reappointed?
I know exactly what you're talking about, but I'll need to follow up with Angie.
Okay, so can I make a motion that we can do this quickly at our meeting before town meeting? But
Okay.
if, I think, just out of respect, we can ask the chair people to weigh in, and I will get that person's outstanding application to Angie.
Is that outstanding application going to generate more people applying for the position than there are vacancies, including the reappointments?
I'm not sure,
Okay.
but it's possible.
Okay.
But
Can
this
it go through normal
person's-
process? I mean, could we like interview them at a later date and then go through normal process or no?
No,
a later
because if
process?
you reappoint and then there's no,
Yeah, so the problem is these positions expire on April 30th, 2 days after town meeting. So we would not have time.
well, it's also something I need to clarify. It's just a little messy right now. I'll clarify it all, but, even based on the fact that we don't have any chairperson's recommendation here, I think it would be best to do it at that quick meeting.
Okay. 'Cause I worry about it being quick, because if it is simply a blanket approval of everything like now, yeah, that's quick. If we have some that we need to think about and debate and interview and everything else, we could place those committees into a bit of turmoil.
Yeah.
That's what I'm worried about.
Okay,
I
so-
think, we have a policy that applications need to be in certain number of days or weeks in
Before
advance of this
reappointment,
meeting,
right?
before
Yeah.
reappointment and everything else.
That
I-
February timeframe.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I just feel like,
If there wasn't an application in,
We can, excuse me, through the chair, we can also hold on to the application if he or she still wants to submit an application. As per the policy, we can hold on to it.
okay,
I mean, the policy, I think it says 6 months. I've always held it for a year.
Yeah.
Because it's that
Yeah.
easy to do,
yeah.
so.
Yeah, and if there remains a vacancy in that committee, then we can obviously take that up anytime.
Okay, so you still don't want to wait for the chairpersons?
I would rather go forward. I mean, it is very rare that a chair recommends against reappointing someone, and we probably would have heard about that. And I don't remember if that's part of our policy or not, that we need those in order for the reappointments. Yeah.
But they were generally recommending reappointment in nature. Like you said, I don't remember ever having an issue. And if we did have an issue, I'd rather it not wait until the reappointment. I'd rather it get brought up at the
Yeah.
time.
Yeah.
But I haven't heard of anything.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I think to your point, trying to take this up right before town meeting when we're supposed to have sort of a quick meeting of more updates than maybe actions, you know, I would prefer to take a vote tonight on it, just to keep it within normal order and just move the ball down the field.
Okay,
We okay with that?
I am.
Okay. Is there a motion?
Oh, Mr. Chairman, I move the board vote to reappoint those individuals who appear on the 2025 reappointment list to the corresponding boards, committees, and commissions.
Second.
Okay, motion's been made and seconded. Any other discussion? All those in favor, say.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay. That is approved unanimously. Next up, we have discussion regarding the process for filling the select board vacancies. So, as effective as of about a week ago, Lisa Maselli resigned from this committee, which we talked about at the last meeting. So the next thing is, how do we, what do we do next to make sure that someone goes into that seat? There was a memo in here. So under state law without town charter, we would have to have a special election, or wait, or we could decide to not fill it at all. Our town charter gives us another option, which is the remaining members of this board meet jointly with the chair of the school committee, which I assume meaning the K-8 school committee, since that's the Northborough School Committee, not the
Right,
regional,
Northborough.
That's a fair
as
assumption.
well as the town moderator, yeah.
I'm like Southborough.
Meaning as opposed to the regional.
Yeah.
Right.
Which is frequently, a Northborough resident. So it's, that's easy. So the 6 members meet jointly and make a decision on candidates. We have a policy that applications need to be, we open up applications, need to be open for at least 14 days. That's the process that we followed for the recent planning board vacancy, where we met jointly with the planning board to fill that. So that's, my assumption is everyone is interested in doing that versus other options like holding a special election or leaving it empty for a year.
Yes.
Where would we hold that special election?
Yeah.
Depends on whether it's before or after the end of May. Yeah. No, I think it should be filled, and I imagine we all do. So really, the simplest way to do that is that joint meeting that we talked about, and the question is, do we do that? When do we do that? So we can do it as soon as, in theory, 2 weeks from tonight. Personally, I think it's probably not a great idea to do it in advance of town meeting, because then potentially there's a new member sitting up there that had no role in preparing for that town meeting that's up there with town meeting, that puts them in an awkward position, as well as the board as a whole. And then the question is, do we do it before or after the election? My thinking is, we had talked about, we haven't formally set our schedule yet for May, but we had talked about having a May 12th meeting to do the town administrator review at that meeting. If we appoint on May 12th, then then the first meeting for this board after the election will be a full board, no matter what, as opposed to waiting until after the election, then going that way. So that's my thinking, is we do it on May 12th. But we can decide to do it anytime, sooner or later, whenever.
Yeah, I mean, I think trying to get something in before town meeting, it doesn't make sense, so certainly think it makes sense to do it after town meeting. And then, yeah, May 12th would be after the election.
Would be the day before the election.
Oh, day before, right,
Yeah,
right.
yeah. And would be, unless we had another meeting in the middle there, that would be the next meeting after town meeting. Would be our only meeting between town meeting and the election, would be May 12th. We could, in theory, have a May 5th also.
And the main agenda point for that May 12th meeting was town administrator review.
Town administrator review and.
Like, it wasn't a special meeting just for that, right?
Correct. Yeah, it would be our first meeting in May. One of the typical dates in May ends up being Memorial Day, so that's a holiday. That's why things are a little bit potentially shifted around towards the end. But the town administrator review is the critical item for that date. That really needs to get done before the election. That's the only time that, and that's, again, consistent with the schedule that we laid out for the review process, is people would submit their reviews soon after town meeting.
Right.
Laura and I would consolidate them, present it back, and then we would vote and discuss on May 12th.
Or you could keep it, you could also wait until after the election and have the new person or same incumbent then vote on who would fill the seat. There were, you could do it before or after.
Yeah, you could do it before or after. My thinking of the 12th is then the first meeting of the board after the election. You've got a full board. You're ready to go. So that's my personal preference.
I like the, having a good amount of time for people to think about, throwing their hat in the ring for this position.
Yeah. So in theory, we can open it up immediately, advertise it the way we would, and then consider it closed, 3 days before the May 12th meeting. So there'd be plenty of time for people to apply. We just need to get into the agenda packet, the applications. So if it's.
So I guess, so then why, I guess why not after the election? So why not on the 19th? I get you're saying you have a full board then on the 19th?
Well, because if there's a new person, they don't know Stephanie at all.
Right. And so how does that, so like once they were, so say, and it would be a 6-person decision.
Yep.
And it has to be at least 4-2, right? It has
Right,
to be the-
assuming that all 6 were
Right.
present for the meeting.
Right.
Then it would have to be 4-2 with 4
And
in
then,
favor.
does that person then have to be sworn in, right? So it wouldn't be like
Correct.
effective after that vote, they would then need to be sworn in by,
I mean, in theory, if there was,
like if Andy was waiting in the wings. he could-
yeah, in theory, there, that.
As he often
that-
is.
Yeah, that could happen. Again, my thinking of the 12th is that person would get sworn in sometime in the intermediary, and then if the next meeting is the 19th, that person is sworn in, and there is a full board here on the 19th, because the election would have occurred and the appointment would have been effective, and then that first meeting, everyone's off and running.
May 12th sounds good to me.
That works for me.
Okay, all right?
I'm going to say the deadline, if we advertise, say, tomorrow, make the deadline May 6th, which would be 4 weeks.
Sure.
4 weeks
In time
is a good
for-
amount of time, don't you
Yeah,
think?
yeah, so that's the Tuesday before the meeting. That gives you plenty of time to assemble the packet and everything else. So however number of people we have, we would interview at that meeting, so it would take a little bit of time, but that's important.
So interview on May 12th?
Yeah, interview and appointment. May 12th. So we should reach out immediately to the school committee chair and to the moderator. And hopefully they are available. They're not required to participate, but they are part of the board for the purpose of that meeting and discussion and vote.
Well, it says joint vote.
Yep.
Okay, by the moderator in the school.
So, so they are essentially members of the select board for the purpose of that agenda item. So it's not, just like it's not legally required that all four of us would be here, it's not legally required that they be here. Hopefully, they will be.
Yeah, so 4 out of 6 members.
Yeah. Yep, so 4 out of 6 would be the quorum for that. And if all 4 of us are here, we're here. But again, the intent is to have the moderator and school committee chair involved in there. Okay. Very good. We good with that one? All right, so we don't need to vote on that. Next item, we have review and vote on select board meeting schedule for May to August 2025.
Can I just ask a question on that?
Absolutely.
I think we originally had the 5th, so is the 5th going to still happen, or is the 5th removed now because of the 12th?
So we, at our last meeting, when we decided on Steph's review, we decided on the 12th.
Yep.
That there would be a meeting. When the packet came out, it had the 5th and the 19th. I think that was just lost in translation along
Got
the
it.
way. We can do 12th. I think we have to do the 12th.
Yep.
So we can do the 5th and the 12th. We can do the 5th, the 12th, and the 19th. We can do the 12th and the 19th. Whatever it is that we want. We just can't do the 26th because that's Memorial Day.
Got it.
And that would normally would be the 12th and the 26th, otherwise. 12th and the 19th?
I like the 12th and the 19th.
What's that?
I like the 12th and the 19th.
Okay.
Because the 5th is following.
It's right after town meeting. That's another worry that I had with that one. Yeah.
That, okay.
Yeah.
So,
Well, perfect. Okay,
Yeah.
deal.
We'll still be catching up on sleep. And June 9th and 23rd, and one date each in July and August, as usually how we've scheduled it, and then we've added extra meetings as needed.
Yeah, I mean, I just have conflicts on the 23rd and the 11th.
Okay?
So whether or not that means we move the meeting or you're just short me. The 11th, I'll be out of the country.
Okay.
So. that
June
wouldn't be
11th or August
August
11th? Okay.
Yeah, sorry, August 11th.
I'm sorry, were you talking about June, what dates were you saying?
June
23rd
Yep.
and August 11th?
Yeah, for me, June 23rd is maybe difficult, but maybe not a deal breaker. I'm not 100% sure yet. The 11th,
Yep.
I probably would not attend that meeting. if it was held.
We can also just go through July as far as the scheduling goes, and the board can figure out August.
Yeah, that's probably a good idea.
Yeah. Maybe,
Through the chair, I mean, we're going to have an August, we're shooting for an August
Financial
summit as well
okay.
this year, so.
Good. Yeah, so we could, work with the board and
Yeah.
figure out a date
Yeah.
for August sometime, in June. Does that work? And are you okay enough with the 23rd that it's okay keeping on the schedule? Or do you want to suggest a different date?
That's Monday, the 23rd. Leave it, yeah, leave it. Leave the 23rd for now.
Okay.
Okay.
So we're good doing May 12th and 19th, June 19th and 23rd, and July 14th, and not setting an August date yet.
Sounds good.
All right, I move the board vote to set the meeting schedule for May through July as follows: May 12th and 19th, June 9th and 23rd, July 14th.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. Any other discussion? All those in favor, aye?
Aye.
Okay, I see that as unanimous in favor. Very good. Reports. Let's see. Laura, any reports tonight?
I don't have any reports today.
Oh, that's easy. Julianne, any reports tonight?
Oh, I just want people to be aware that Saturday, April 26th, rain date April 27th, from 2 to 4 at 4 West Main Street and Blake Street, there will be a free community event for all ages, and it's sidewalk chalk art project.
Oh, fun.
I'll hold up the,
That's beautiful.
Yeah, that's fun. I'm looking forward to that.
sponsored by the Cultural Council. And they have many other events coming up, which hopefully we can get on that board. And that's it for me.
Okay. Mike, any reports tonight?
No reports.
This is quick and easy. I may change that. Couple of small things. First, the Northborough Education Foundation Trivia Night was this past Friday night. I was the MC for the event. It was a lot of fun. They raised some good money, but the fun was the name of the game, and it was. As we all know by now, the open meeting law remote hybrid option was formally extended and enacted into law and goes until, I think, June 30th of 2027. Hopefully by then they'll figure out a way to just make it permanent and not have this delay. This is now National Library Week, April 6th to the 12th, so please visit your local library. It is also National Public Health Week. What's interesting is National Public Health Week is April 7th to the 13th, and Library Week is 6th to the 12th. So the first day of the week varies between health people and library people. The town's first ADA trail behind the Senior Center, we had the ribbon cutting last week. Steph and Diane and I were there, and it was a lot of fun. We got to use my giant scissors, which I keep in reserve for such occasions. It's a really, really good project. It's a really nice trail. So that's that. And I have something that I would like to announce at this time. Bear with me a little bit. Those folks at this table know what this is about, but this will take a minute for me to go through. 3 years ago, the wonderful town of Northborough elected me to this board. I ran and I served to make a positive difference. I ran specifically because I knew the board needed to turn a corner, and I was ready to help them turn that corner. I knew that I was signing myself up for a lot of work. I don't know any way to do anything halfway. It's been a far busier 3 years than anyone could have predicted. I was not expecting to be elected chair by my fellow board members for any year, let alone all 3 years, although I do appreciate the trust. We've had 2 town administrator transitions, an immigration crisis, a very large and important capital project, an extensive but justified process to allocate federal ARPA funds, and much more. It's been a lot of work, but we've done a lot of good, and I'm extremely proud of what we've accomplished. I think of myself as an activist board member and a vocal advocate for action. Before moving to Northborough 9 years ago, I served 2 terms on another town school committee, took a 6-year break, and then 2 terms on their select board. For me as an activist member, that was the right time, each time, for me to step aside. Based on that history, I've always assumed that I would serve 2 terms on this select board before moving on. As one should, I weighed the pros and the cons of seeking my second term. Given the amount of work and the amount of good work accomplished, I gave serious thought to finishing my term without running again. I spoke to a small number of people who thought it would be good, who I thought would be good members, but all encouraged me to continue. One thing that convinced me to continue was my daughter Ariella's 18th birthday on January 21st, which was coincidentally the very first day to pull papers. She was very excited to be able to sign my nomination papers and vote for her father in her very first election. So that's what I went ahead and did. I wondered if any well-qualified candidates would also seek the same position. If so, I would have no concern stepping aside. When a candidate came forward, I instead found myself energized and prepared for an election I'm certain I would win. January was also a big transition at the national level. Local elections in Northborough are nonpartisan, and I have a strong belief that as an elected select board member, I should not involve myself in political issues beyond our town borders. I have felt myself drawn to our developing national crisis, and I've begun participating in advocacy around that crisis. For example, I spoke at Saturday's Hands Off rally in Worcester, attended by 1,500 wonderful people similarly concerned for our country. I spoke on how national policy is harming small towns like ours. This work is very important to me, and I'm compelled to do more. However, I do not believe I should advocate strongly on what many see as partisan or human rights or national policy issues while seeking a second term or while serving on a town's nonpartisan select board. I know some may see it as an opportunity for a bully pulpit, but I do not. I look back on my statements when running 3 years ago. It was a very long list of what some might call campaign promises. To me, they were commitments on items to raise and hopefully accomplish. It turns out most are done, and the others are moving with such momentum they will be done within months. That made me wonder what I would do with a second term. As an activist and advocate, I needed more reason to run than to just keep going. My decision became obvious to me that I would not be serving either my own interests or that of the towns by seeking or serving a second term. I hope to continue on the appointed committees on which I now serve. As time change, I may seek again to return to elected town office, but now is not that time. Earlier today, I asked Andy, town clerk, to remove my name from the upcoming ballot. He confirmed this process is unrelated to the warrant that we executed earlier tonight, and that my name will no longer appear. Thank you. I'm happy to talk to members individually or whatever about this. This has been a lot of fun. I'm certainly continuing for the last couple of meetings of my term, but will not be here after the election, May 13th. That ends my report. Steph, did you have any reports tonight?
I just want to say that sounds very exciting.
Thank you.
It does. Just on Anna Maria, I had the two advisors that I met with, Dave Armstrong and Jim, I forget Jim's name, Jim Bidwell, I believe. What they proposed was offering any of our employees a discount from classes, trainings, programs, and they will get creative with the town. I took my MPA through Anna Maria, and I loved the program because it's really geared toward municipalities. So they offer anything from criminal justice to mental health, psychology, fire science, all related fields, business, if somebody was interested in going for their MPA. So they're very excited about this. They have different groups or subsects, so one being government, and Northborough would actually kick it off. So if we had an intern come in for a variety of different things, they would give an employee a free class. So it's just, it's unbelievable, but I would love them to come in and talk to you all, and any questions you have. They prepared kind of a draft MOA, and of course, there's no financial ties. It's, if anything, it's, giving our employees a little bit more incentive into, either learning, growing, and then just the succession of it all. So the interns would come in, they might really love what they're doing here, and they're our next employee, so it's kind of a win-win.
Sounds great.
Yeah. It's a good program.
Let me know when you have an open agenda.
Might not be until
Yeah,
somebody
I know,
else is
right?
sitting here.
Are these people around in the summer, or?
Good question. You know what? That's a good question. I don't know. I'll ask that.
Okay. Because when would the courses start? Hopefully fall?
Yeah, it would be fall.
Yes.
Normal school time, yep. But that's a good question. You know what? I'm sure they are around in the summer.
Yeah, I would imagine.
Right. Okay.
Steph, anything else for reports tonight?
No, that's it. We
Okay.
took care of everything, yep.
Okay.
I don't want to gloss over your news.
Okay, thank you. I want to ask Diane if she has any reports.
Sorry.
I don't have anything.
Okay, all right, I'm sorry. If you want to say something, that's fine, not necessary.
Through the chair, can
Yes.
Can I?
That's
Sorry.
also fine.
I have a.
I didn't mean to cut you off.
I don't want to, I'm glad I'm not following Mitch's.
Okay, thank you. Any reports
directly,
tonight,
but
Jason?
I would like to, well, offer you my congratulations for your next move, Mitch. But I did put a memo in your packet tonight, and I did want to review that briefly. I
Sure.
have a short PowerPoint to show you folks.
Okay.
So
Very short, you guys.
Okay.
it's four
Like
slides.
5 pages, yeah.
4 slides.
Apologize, we didn't think about this earlier, but that's fine.
So you all may have been wondering why I was still here.
Thank you.
But you closed the warrant,
So
but.
dedicated.
Yeah, okay.
But Article 5, the town budget, so
Yep.
this speaks relevant to that,
Okay.
and we're going to be publishing the warrant book, probably sending it to the printer tomorrow or the next day. So the tables that were in that memo that was provided in the packet are going to be what's presented as the town budget, and Article 5's numbers are based on that budget that was put together in the packet. So there's those final updates. So bear with me for
Sure.
one moment and.
This was in the packet.
I'll be darned if I can find it now.
It's my packet up.
So this is same title screen as the budget hearing, just final adjustments that were made. So we had a budget hearing on the 24th. What changed? We pulled, as a result of doing some research and some news that came expeditiously after the hearing and between tonight and then, in this memo, we decided to pull whatever levers we could to reduce the taxes in the budget that's going before town meeting this year. And the levers that did not involve cutting departments, because a big part of where we got to with the budget this year was the result of the health insurance renewal that came in at the end of February. We were expecting 10 to 12%. It came in at 25%. We would have been forced into an override position for 26 had we not gotten more favorable rates as we worked with the consultant. So basically, through the budget process, we decided to pull these levers so that we could preserve some levy capacity moving into 27, because that's a major concern about the need for an override going forward in 27 or 28. And we're closer to not needing one. It's very likely that we're still going to need one, because in 25's budget, we used 1.5 million of excess levy capacity. In this budget that we're crafting this year, it was $1.8 million of excess levy capacity. We're left with 700 at the end of the process with this budget proposal tonight. So what changed? Overlay, we reduced that to 0 because we had a sufficient balance following the assessor settling some cases just very recently that had been brought to the ATB. So following municipal modernization that was signed into law in 2016, we're able to track overlay as one account overall, not year by year. So we have a sufficient balance as a result of those cases being settled, where we would potentially have surplus at the end of the fiscal year. So we talked about the logic of why would we raise $375,000 in the budget when we would potentially be declaring surplus at the same time. So basically, it's taking a bite out of the available balance that we had built up within overlay. Fire station debt service, as a result of the favorable bids that we got an updated cash flow analysis from the OPM as a result of those bids. Those bids came in very recently, and we just recently got this. So we're currently working on structuring the bond. We had one last-minute moment that we could reduce our borrowing from what we had projected previously. So we cut $3.5 million out of the initial borrowing for the fire station. So what that does is it has the effect of reducing the budget another $269,000. Local receipts, we increased that estimate. That's a revenue source. We increased that revenue source $150,000 in the budget. that came as a result of comparing our motor vehicle, that motor vehicle is the largest component within local receipts, and we typically don't know what we're going to collect for the year, and because it runs on a calendar year basis. So a major commitment, which means the assessors get information from the Department of Motor Vehicles about what taxable vehicles are in town. They give that to the treasurer, then we all know the number of what the commitment is, the commitment of taxes to the collector. So that, we've basically, in our projections, always stepped that up about $100,000 a year, like looking at when we see the actuals. So we had already projected we were going to be $100,000 ahead this year and increased that number. The major commitment that we had this year was $250,000 more, so that justified increasing the local receipts budget another $150,000. Then we looked at all of the transfers in. These are all of the numbers that get read during Article 5, all the, transfer from animal control revolving, transfer from fire EMS revolving fund and so forth to underwrite the budget. We increased some of those sources by there's 3 of them, we increased them $43,000 total. The net effect of that was reducing the tax levy $838,000. So basically, this is what the balanced budget looks like. We went from 9.69% in the general fund to 8.87 through these changes. And this is just a very summarized view, but these are the numbers. All the assumptions are basically the same, that we're projecting a 5% increase in single-family homes. So that's where the average comes from, and the impact, it was what we presented at the hearing on the 24th was an increase of $1,090. That's now been brought back to $966, and from 11.5 to 10.2. So, so 1,090, this was the projection. We're accounting for, the fire station debt accounted for $365 of the 1,090 increase. So now the revised projection is an increase of $966. So the fire station debt accounts for $325 of that $966. And we broke down the impacts and what the tax bill pays for, how the average tax bill is calculated. Our current average tax bill in FY25, $9,463. The average under the proposed budget is going to be $10,429. That's $966. So, so within the town budget's going up 300. The impact from the town budget's $370. $153 of that are town departments. $37 is non-exempt debt service. Health insurance, responsible for $170 of the increase. This here, the $39 reduction is the effect of reducing the overlay, because that's part of other fixed costs in our budget. School budget's $343. The warrant articles basically are covered by free cash, so that's not an effect. That actually is an impact going down because we had one taxpayer-funded article in '25, so that's why that's slightly the difference between 109 and the reduction of 111. So, oops. So then there's some mitigating factors. We have local receipts that are unrestricted, so those get applied against all of these increases. There's state aid that is an increase that goes against them as well. So that brings you down to the $966 increase. And I thought that would be helpful. This is how we looked at it at the summit. We presented a ton of numbers at the summit, but this is how we looked at it. So I figured it would be helpful to look at it this way when now that we're at the end and getting ready to publish this in the town meeting book. And that concludes my presentation and my reports.
Any questions for Jason on the
No
updated
questions,
figures?
but thanks for saving money.
Yeah, right.
Every penny counts.
Well, we're still going to have a difficult year next year because we don't have all the answers. We're at a point, like I said, $1.5 million 2 years ago, $1.8 million for this budget that we're proposing. So $700,000 is what the levy capacity is. We're hopeful for the economic development, so that will increase it.
Yeah.
We're basically been budgeting and projecting out $30 million of new growth every year. That amounts to about $400,000 of revenue. But if that doubled, that would be $800,000, and we'd be closer to the targets, less so. But the late date of the health insurance was really what was behind the inability to go back to departments and cut, because we're a service organization. So the majority of what we fund and what we use to achieve our missions is personnel. And that's a very difficult topic to just bring up on the fly and cut from budgets. So that's basically what was behind these changes, but there is all good reasons for doing them, and they're relatively safe choices to make.
Let's see, so some of the numbers you broke down, $170 of the increase is due to health insurance, 170 of the 966, is that right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
73 is non-exempt debt.
And I'll give you this, obviously I worked on this today, so I'll give this to you to put in the packet.
Right.
Afterwards.
Yeah. This is helpful when talking to people and understanding it. You said 153 for town departments?
Correct, yes.
Does that mean non-school municipal?
Correct, the town departments.
And you said 370 town. I wasn't sure what that meant.
Yeah, well, we usually had presented the town budget as being one number.
Yeah.
But the town budget includes the town departments, it includes debts, non-exempt debt service, it includes health insurance, the retirement assessment.
So the 370 includes the 153, the 73, and the 170? Okay.
Yep. It includes the solid waste subsidy increasing, that's $10. It's-
Okay. All right, no, that's actually very helpful. I think a lot of people have, saw our hearing and thought, oh no, at that point it was 11% and change going up, and the thought is that's new, when technically it's new, but a big chunk of that 360 is due to the fire station. It was actually more than that a couple of weeks ago, but as I may have mentioned 15 times in our last meeting, the bids came in pretty low. So I appreciate that went down, and the adjustments are good. But I think how we present this is important at town meeting, so folks know that, this is the biggest single piece is the fire station, which the town approved. Everyone knew that was coming, and it's actually a little bit better than we thought. Health insurance, we were not expecting. There was no way that we could have expected that. But everyone, and, every town around us has been hit by that.
All the neighboring towns are affected by that as well, and pretty much every town in the state is being affected by that in the same manner, and it came up in the same time frame. So it's a very troubling problem that we have.
But the increases on the school and municipal side, other than those, is pretty straightforward. I think it looks like it's a pretty lean year.
Yeah.
It would have been,
Yeah.
So also, you may ask, I said of the 966, $325 was related to the debt excluded fire station. Right here, this calculation says $320. The 325 is an increase because it's the first year, but it's net of, every year debt goes down. So as we pay it down, it goes down. So would be an immediate question why that number is different, but it's net of everything else going down.
Yep, good. And then hopefully, once we do the final debt service on the fire station in a couple of years, hopefully that, I would expect that would also be lower than what was initially projected, and then that impact would be lower.
And on town meeting night, it should be signing the bonds and.
Oh, yeah.
That night.
Yeah, so we'll know the interest rate, we'll know what the actual is at that point. Would we, would we include that in an updated motion? Meaning if we know right now the 325 is a projection.
Yeah.
We'll have an actual.
Right. Well, we wouldn't change the budget.
Okay.
At this point.
Okay.
It's likely going to be
Right.
close enough that it's,
Okay.
that the budget is, as long as the budget's sufficient.
Yeah.
If it were to come in higher than what we had budgeted,
have to deal with that.
we have the ability of changing that outside of town meeting without an appropriation. That, I mean,
Okay.
those are safe calls to make when
Okay.
we adjust for debt.
Okay. But if it comes in a little bit better than projection, we can announce that,
Yes.
but you wouldn't recommend making a change.
Right, I wouldn't recommend making a change on the floor
Okay.
of town meeting as a result of that, but just so people know that when a debt excluded project, if we raised too much debt for something, it has to be reserved and applied to the next year.
Yep.
So it would be a funding source for the next year's budget.
Great. Any other questions for Jason?
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for sticking around.
Thank you.
Thanks.
For doing this. I wish I had, I think you mentioned that you were going to do this, and then I forgot about it, so I wish.
That's all right, there's a lot going on.
If it happens again, let's plan for it earlier, so you don't have to stick around until the very end. With that, I think we've concluded reports.
I was just going to say,
Yeah.
I've enjoyed working with you, and I thank you for all that you've done. I know it's been a lot of work.
It has, yeah.
And it's been a constant fluctuation of
Yes.
like things I didn't expect.
Yep.
But I appreciate all that you've done, so thank you.
It's been a wild 3 years.
It feels like it's been so much more.
But I still have a couple meetings left, so,
Seems-
we
I'll
may screw it up
probably-
before then.
Probably have more to say, but I just appreciate it.
I'd like to say thank you too, and I hope you don't change your phone number.
No. No, I mean, one of the things that I enjoyed the most was in the couple of years prior to me being elected, is helping folks that were on this board and folks that were very interested in what this board was doing.
Yep.
Help plan for meetings, help strategize on how to make things better. And I hope you take advantage of my phone number, because I would love to continue to do that. That was a lot of fun. You know, I've always been very active in local government in every way, shape, and form, whether I was in an elected position or not. I don't see that changing. I just, need to shift. I'm just being driven to shift to something else as far as that focus, and I think that focus is not compatible with sitting at this table for me. There are plenty of people that treat it otherwise, that's fine. But who knows, maybe we'll be back someday. All right, thank you. With that, future agenda items, is there anyone that wants to add anything to a future agenda that isn't already on the list?
Well, maybe the Anna Maria.
Yeah, but we don't have a date
No.
for that. I mean, we should do it. I think everyone.
But just as a reminder.
Yeah,
Yeah.
just as a reminder.
Yeah,
Good
yeah,
idea.
we could put that just as a TBD.
Okay.
Yep. Good. Anything else? Okay. Public comment. Is there anyone in person or remotely that wishes to make a comment at this time? Going once, going twice, seeing none. Public comment is closed. Is there any other business to come before the board?
No, thank you.
See anything? Is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second?
Motion's been made and seconded to adjourn. All those in favor? Aye. I see that as unanimous. We are adjourned, 10:37 PM. Thank you very much, everyone. Have a great night.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mitch.
Oh.